Ngayon na lang po. Okay. Anyway, sige. So ngayon po, kaya po kine-question natin, bakit po humihingi ang Ombudsman ngayon ng confidential funds na 51.4 million pesos para sa susunod na taon? Para saan po yun?
This is what I have said before, Mr. Speaker. They conduct fact-finding investigations and lifestyle checks discreetly. So
Okay.
it was recommended also by the DBM for them to have a confidential fund of amounting to 51 million to carry out their mandate of investigating alleged corrupt practices of different public officials or employees.
Well, Mr. Speaker, pagpaumanhin na po, pero given yung naging record ng Ombudsman sa paggamit, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ng 15 billion pesos plus na regular budget nila, no? Samantalang mukhang wala namang naging bisa ito sa paglantad at pagpigil at pagkaso at pagpapanagot, no, sa napakaraming mga korap nitong na-involved dito sa flood control corruption scandal. Ay medyo pinag-iisipan po natin kung dapat nga ba ibigay ang confidential funds. Yung regular funds nga ng Ombudsman ay tila hindi epektibong nagagamit, no, para sa lifestyle check, para sa anti-corruption enforcement, no, ilan pala, wala pa, sa totoo lang, wala pang aktual na nakukulong, no, na involved sa corruption sa DPWH, no. Kaya po, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, ang sagot po sa atin, yung mga standing policies ng Ombudsman, lalong-lalo na yung patakaran kaugnay sa pagpapahirap sa pag-access ng publiko sa SALN ng mga public officials under its Memorandum Circular Number 1 ng Ombudsman, nananatili pa rin po. No? At ang sagot po sa atin, hintay na lang daw yung bagong Ombudsman. Final question, wala po bang kapangyarihan ang kasalukuyang, tama po ba, acting ang status ng Ombudsman? Wala po bang kapangyarihan na bawiin na, ibasura na ang Memorandum Circular na ito?
According to the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, they defer to the incoming Ombudsman.
They defer. So, ibig sabihin, pwedeng bawiin, kaya lang, desisyon ng nakaupo ngayon, na wag na muna at iintay na lang ang bagong Ombudsman. Yun po ba ang tamang interpretasyon ko sa sagot nyo?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, pwede naman pala. No? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ay mariing malakas na panawagan po ng kinatawang ito na sa panahon ngayon, hindi po pwede yung ganyang pagtutumpik-tumpik. No? Let us not defer, no, and wait for a new Ombudsman. Di pa nga natin alam kung kailan magkakaroon ng bagong Ombudsman, no? Ito po ang isang malaking hadlang, no, sa publiko para ma-access, makita, no, kung ano ba talaga, saan nanggagaling ang kita ng mga opisyal natin. Ito ang unang-unang pinagbabatayan kahit ang Ombudsman at DOJ, ito ang unang-unang pinagbabatayan ng mga lifestyle check, di ba? Para makita, okay, sabi mo, ganitong kinikita mo, bakit meron kang 10 SUV, no, sa garahe mo, no? So kaya po sana po ay sumama ang mayorya ng ating mga kasamahan sa aking maigpit na panawagan na ibasura na po ng Ombudsman. Inamin naman po niya na meron siyang kapangyarihang gawin nito. Kaya lang, he defers until the appointment of the new Ombudsman. Kailangan na pong ibasura yan ngayon na. No? Kailangang makita ng madla ang salin ng lahat. Unang-una na, ang salin ng mga pinakamataas na opisyal natin, presidente, vice-presidente, mga senador, mga kongresista, lahat yan nasa Ombudsman po. With that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our dear colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize our distinguished colleague from ML Party List, Representative Laila de Lima.
Representative Laila de Lima is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our distinguished sponsor. Good morning to everyone, especially the delegation from the Office of the Ombudsman. At the outset, I wish to manifest that some of the questions that I'm raising now are actually the questions from Representative Chel Jokno of the Akbayan Party List, which I am adopting. So some of the questions I will be adopting. So it's a common set of questions between the two of us. Hindi lang ho kasi makakaabot ngayong umaga si Representative Chel Jokno. So he coursed through some of these questions through this representation. Let's start po with the dismissal of cases due to inordinate delay. Alam po ito ng mga taga-ombudsman na noong 2018 ay meron pong petisyon na inihain si Mr. Cesar Lagang laban sa Office of the Ombudsman at Sandigan Bayan. At sa kaso pong yon, nilinaw ng Supreme Court na ang fact-finding phase ay hindi dapat kasama sa bilang ng period of inordinate delay. Kasi we've been witnessing the I would even call it a phenomenon of dismissals of cases mainly due to inordinate delays. We can cite here several cases, but in the interest of time, anyway, alam po siguro yan ng mga taga-ombudsman kung ano yung mga kaso na yan. First question, for the past 5 years, ano po ba yung itsura ng trend na mga pending na kaso sa ilalim ng Office of the Ombudsman? Ito ba ay nagpapakita ng steady decrease o pataas pa rin ang bilang ng mga kaso, mga pending na mga kaso? Current trend.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they're just collating the data.
Please don't charge it to my time. Please hold the clock.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension po.
Session suspended.
Resume din.
Mr. Speaker.
Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the sponsor of the Office of the Ombudsman, Congressman Attorney Mike Tan.
Attorney Mike Tan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the trend for the past 5 years of the pending cases within the Ombudsman is decreasing.
Pardon?
The number of pending cases in the Ombudsman is decreasing from 2020 to 2025.
Have decreased, increased.
The general trend of pending cases in the Ombudsman are decreasing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I cannot quite understand. It has to do with the audio, I think. Kiulit po ang sagot.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the number of pending cases in the Ombudsman is decreasing po.
Is decreasing.
Decreasing.
Okay, may I just request please for that data?
Okay,
Later
Mr. Speaker,
po.
dear colleague.
Yes, thank you. Now, sa kabila po ng 2018 ruling, yes, I know now that it's actually decreasing. Pero sa kabila pa nga po ng 2018 ruling ng Supreme Court, ay meron pa rin mga kaso na katulad nito na mga, kanina po yung sabi ko na may mga kaso talaga na mga na didismiss due to inordinate delay na ibabasura pa rin ng Sandigan Bayan dahil sa inordinate delay. Would the Office of the Ombudsman confirm that there are still actually dismissals, let's say within the year and also last year, na meron pa rin mga nadidismiss due to inordinate delay?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they admit that there are still some cases that were dismissed due to inordinate delay.
Okay, just please also include that in the data or in the list that will be submitted.
Mr. Speaker, they will provide.
Okay, meron ho bang mekanismo ngayon ng Ombudsman para ma-monitor ang lahat na kasong lumalampas na sa what we can consider as reasonable period para ito ay maresoldahan? Is there a mechanism, monitoring mechanism, para naiiwasan na po yung mga unnecessary and unfortunate dismissals simply because of inexcusable delay?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they have mechanisms to monitor the status of cases of which when was it filed, and they keep a monthly inventory of the cases to track its record, whether in what stage the case is.
Again, please include that in that paper. Also, the lifestyle check on public officials. I know this has been actually touched already by Representative Tinio. At alam po natin na noong August 27 lamang ng 2025, nag-utos ang Pangulong Marcos na magkaroon ng lifestyle checks sa lahat ng public officials, bunsod ng itong napakalaking kontrobersya natin sa mga infrastructure, flood control, project corruption. Ano po ang posisyon ng Office of the Ombudsman patungkol sa direktibang ito? At ito po ba ay inyong ginagawa na? At meron ho ba kayong pondo para dyan o limitado yung pondo at personnel ng Ombudsman to be able to do the lifestyle checks? In the first place, ay hindi ba, can you just please educate us? Ito po bang policy and the program of lifestyle checks, kailan pa po ito nagsimula? Was there any period na the Ombudsman actually has stopped doing all this lifestyle checks? I remember in 2020, noong taong 2020 po, the former Ombudsman Samuel Martires, pinatigil po yung lifestyle checks sa mga opisyal ng gobyerno at kwestiyon ang logic ng paggawa nito. Is this still the policy or the position of the current leadership of the Ombudsman?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the conduct of lifestyle checks didn't stop.
They didn't stop, notwithstanding that directive of the former Ombudsman Martires. Is that it?
According to the Office of the Ombudsman, they still assess the conduct of lifestyle checks. If there's an anonymous tip, they validate the tip if there is a lead. But as much as possible, they don't want a fishing expedition to happen. That's why there's a limited number of lifestyle checks done per each year, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
So, lifestyle check was still being conducted in spite of that 2020 directive of the former Ombudsman. Is that correct? So are we to understand that the rest of the Ombudsman
Yes, Mr.
defied that directive of the former Ombudsman?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they just stopped the fishing expeditions, those which are trivial in nature, those that come from anonymous tips that have no leads.
Kasi yun ata yung naging isa sa mga so-called rational ng dating Ombudsman. Although he considers the lifestyle check as something illogical, and I don't also understand that explanation. How can a lifestyle check be considered as illogical? So at least I'm pleased to learn now that lifestyle checks are still being done. And there are, I think, parameters, guidelines, specific guidelines about the conduct of lifestyle checks,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I suppose. Meron po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they just want verifiable or validated lead on whether to conduct the lifestyle check. According to the Office of the Ombudsman, some of them files anonymous tips, but they have no lead, so they don't have anything to base on to conduct the lifestyle check. As
So
long
only,
as there is a
only
lead,
in those cases, but as a matter of general policy, lifestyle check. I
Yes.
just wanted to be clarified for the record that lifestyle checks are still being done, and I say more so now that you would expect a lot of complaints, a lot of cases to be filed before the office on account of the ongoing investigations on the infrastructure projects.
yes,
Correct?
Mr. Speaker, there are ongoing lifestyle checks now.
But I do wish we can have in black and white the guidelines on the conduct of lifestyle checks of the Office of the Ombudsman, if there is such guidelines.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they will provide them.
Okay. I noticed po sa BARC report The BARC, as you know, is the Budget Amendment Revision Subcommittee. And they came out with a list of agencies to which additional funds were provided. And these funds were taken from the 255.5 billion previously granted to the DPWH. And these were the allocations for this questionable, anomalous flood control projects. At isa po sa mga beneficiaries of that reallocation of the DPWH flood control projects is the Ombudsman. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker and the distinguished sponsor, that actually the total amount augmented or added to the budget of the Ombudsman from the NEP and the GAA after the BARC is 280 million pesos.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
That is correct. And one of the items being funded from that additional budget is the creation of Ombudsman Assistance Centers. Would you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And we note that the Office of the Ombudsman has been active in the creation of Ombudsman Assistance Centers, which are physical locations established by the Office of the Ombudsman to bring frontline services closer to the public by allowing clients to file complaints, submit SALN, and process Ombudsman clearances. Now, these offices are located in Pasay City, Roxas City, Zamboanga City, Tuguegarao City, and in Paticul, Sulu. The Office of the Ombudsman also has offices in the cities of Davao, Cebu, Iloilo, Cagayan de Oro, Calbayog City, and Tacloban. Question: does the Ombudsman think the Ombudsman Assistance Centers and other Ombudsman offices constructed so far have been sufficient? And have the performance indicators of the Ombudsman improved with the construction of these Ombudsman Assistance Centers? Because we want to know whether really justified po yung pagdagdag ng pondo para sa Ombudsman Assistance Centers, and perhaps if you would be needing more funds for that.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as of now, the nature of transaction in the Ombudsman Assistance Centers are usually the filing of SALNs, Ombudsman clearances, a filing of complaint and request for assistance. So there are a total of the general public access the office, the Ombudsman Assistance Centers. As for SALN, for the whole OACs, the filing of SALNs as per year during this year, it amounts to 647. The Ombudsman clearances, 747. The filing of complaints, 56. And request for assistance, 323. But the purpose of the OAC is to speed up the investigation. As of now, there are no lawyers in the Ombudsman Assistance Centers. The Office of the Ombudsman wants to designate a lawyer to speed up the investigation. They will be the ones to initially investigate
And that was part of the budget. And that was part.
Yes.
Is that being funded already under the additional funds
Yes.
from the BARC?
Yes.
From the BARC list? I
Yes,
suppose
Madam.
so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And it's okay with the Ombudsman. These are sufficient enough for this Ombudsman Assistance Centers. And a corollary question would be, does the Office of the Ombudsman plan to construct more of such Ombudsman Assistance Centers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, ideally, they want to have one for each province.
How many?
One for each province. For the
One
82,
for each province. And
for the
we have
82
80 plus provinces.
Ideally, but
Ideally. Hindi kaya ng budget pa.
Hindi pa po, Mr. Speaker.
I don't
dear
think it can be accommodated at this point. I don't think it can be considered within the fiscal space
Yes.
of the government. So perhaps next year you can again propose for additional ombudsman assistance centers. Now you mentioned about the SALN, and that was touched also by Representative Tino. I just want really to be clarified. So did I hear it right? That there is an ongoing review of that order of the former Ombudsman Martires, of Ombudsman Martires, restricting the disclosure or release of SALNs under restrictive requirements?
Mr.
That's under
Speaker,
review.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they are still deferring the direction of the policy to the next ombudsman, the one to be appointed.
Yes. So
It's still standing as of now.
So it's
Mr.
status
Speaker.
quo, meaning the Martires directive on the restrictions about the release of SALNs is still play, is still effective.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
May I know the position of the acting ombudsman? I know that it will be done by the decision whether or not to take it back, to recall, or to reverse that highly questionable directive would fall into the next regular ombudsman. But I think the acting ombudsman would have a position on the matter.
As for the position of the acting ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, they maintain the position of the
It
former.
maintains. So I would take it that the ombudsman as an institution, the rest of the offices of the Office of the Ombudsman, the directors there, the lawyers there, they are also one in their position that the Martires directive on the SALNs deserve to be maintained at this point.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they still maintain that position.
Ano po?
They still maintain that position of the Memorandum Circular number 1.
They maintain that position. Okay. I still have enough time, but I will just be touching on just one matter. I have come across reports, recent reports, saying that the Office of the Ombudsman issued an order which gives evaluators or investigators a wider latitude to recommend the outright dismissal of the criminal and administrative aspects of a particular case. And I learned that it's the Office Order number 301, series of 2025, dated September 17, 2025. And I do not know whether it's been published or posted already on the website of the Ombudsman. We were trying to look for it. I just got this from someone. Does the distinguished sponsor confirm the existence of this recent Office Order number 301, series of 2025, dated September 17, 2025?
Mr. Speaker, yes, they confirm that there
They
is an
confirm.
existing.
Does the
Office order.
distinguished sponsor also confirm that this particular order has not been published or posted on the official website of the Office of the Ombudsman? And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, intranet po.
And who issued that office order? Okay, first, the pending question, na-publish na ho ba?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they published it within their organization daw po, intranet.
It's an internal order.
Yes.
How can an order like this be simply internal? It has to do about disposition of cases. Because as I said, it granted evaluators or investigators greater discretion to recommend the outright dismissal of both the criminal and administrative aspects of cases. So this has something to do also with the disposition of cases. It's just like also the dismissal of cases under preliminary investigation. So bakit mo kailangang internal ito? And when you say internal, confidential? Is there such a thing within the Office of the Ombudsman? Who authorized the order? Who issued the order? And what was the justification for this significant policy shift?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, it was the acting ombudsman who issued the office order.
I understand the predicament of the distinguished sponsor, because I think it's the very first time that he's heard of this. Di ho ba? First time. Kasi nga, mukhang internal lang. So kaya nagtataka po ako dito sa order na ito. How does this new policy align with the constitutional mandate of the Ombudsman to act promptly on complaints of graft and corruption, especially in the light of massive issues of corruption our country faces today? Hindi ho ba ngayon mas mas open tayo, mas transparent tayo, mas maging receptive tayo sa mga sari-saring complaints, including anonymous complaints, kasi meron namang particular office in the Office of the Ombudsman who can verify the allegations in this anonymous complaint. So bakit parang contrary, misaligned sa current situation natin ngayon?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, nawala po daw po kasi yung evaluation stage ng
Ano po?
nawala daw po yung evaluation stage before, binalik lang daw po nila ngayon.
So there used to be an evaluation stage and you are just reviving the same.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Is that correct? Walang evaluation stage dati? In any administrative, adjudicatory, or quasi-judicial bodies, there's always an evaluation stage.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, there was a time when a memorandum circular was issued that removed the evaluation stage. It is only now that they reinstated that rule that that there should be an evaluation stage.
Okay. So assuming na pinapatupad na talaga yan, although I'm still actually questioning the wisdom of that, in light of, it's rather bad timing. Meron mo bang safeguards in place to prevent abuse, such as requiring concurrence by higher officials or review by independent oversight bodies? Is there a mechanism, internal mechanism, para maiwasan yung abuses na first base pa lang dinidismiss na?
Mr. Speaker, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, there are mechanisms that are in place that will prevent abuse. So from the evaluators, it will go up to the Deputy
So
Ombudsman.
part of the mechanisms are actually internal legal remedies within. And these are available to seek review or appeal of such dismissals. Meron po ba? Na dismissed outright at that level, the evaluation stage, yung complainant po ba may right to avail of any remedy within the Ombudsman to question that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, there's a an appeal within the Ombudsman. If there is an outright dismissal, there can be a motion for reconsideration according to the Office
Last
of the Ombudsman.
question. Wouldn't you agree na pag meron pong ganyan na pagbabago sa internal processes, kailangan ho ba ng isang statutory process or amendment perhaps on the Ombudsman Act? Would you be open to that? Or would you be proposing that to be part of the rules? Either the rules or the law itself, instead of just relying on such issuance. Hindi ho ba mas maganda since ito ay pagbabago ng isang proseso within, kailangan ng amendments on the rules or the law itself?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they maintain the position that they are allowed to maintain such rules. There is no need to amend the Ombudsman law or to institutionalize the rules.
So they're amenable.
Yes.
You need not answer now. Maybe they need time to think about that. It's an unsolicited advice, actually. Hindi ho ba mas maganda? So again, you need not answer that, but I'd appreciate it if we can have some response from the Office of the Ombudsman in the next few days. Thank you very much. That's all for me. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
meron pa akong 4 minutes. Isang pahabol pong tanong. How many preventive suspensions have been issued and how many have been implemented in the last 5 years? And we also notice a surge of preventive suspension, especially in the period approaching elections. Nagtataka po kami doon. And then some of them are not implemented. So two-pronged questions, two questions with that on that regard. Number one, is that normal na during an election period, a few weeks or even days before election day, ay meron mga successive issuances of preventive suspensions? And we cannot deny that yung mga ganyan nakaka-apekto sa electoral chances of the public officials concerned who happen to be candidates during the election.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague,
Maganda. Yeah. Tanong.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they are not covered by the election ban.
Yeah, I know. I know it's not covered within the election ban. But I'm questioning the propriety and the timing of some of those cases of preventive suspension, lalo na yung mga kandidato. And sometimes, yung mga kandidato are perceived to be winnable. And yet, last minute, pinapasuspend preventively. So isn't there some political motivations? In certain cases, hindi ko po sinasabi lahat yan, politically motivated. Nakakaduda lang po. Yung mga ganyan na mga, bakit not months earlier than the start of the election period? Bakit bigla na maiisipan na mag-i-issue ng preventive suspensions?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they maintain the position that it's within the discretion of the Ombudsman as to when the preventive suspension will be imposed, as long as there is a basis of law or an alleged infraction of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, they preventively suspend.
Yes, we know that. Okay, so unsolicited advice, kung pwede po sana, internally, you re-examine the kind of policy. Baka naman yung ibang mga kaso dyan, matagal na mga final. Tapos biglang binubuhay dahil election period na at biglang isi-suspend preventively. I'm not talking about any particular candidate here. It's just really top of mind issue. Di ho ba? So yun po ang pakiusap ko. If yung Office of the Ombudsman as an institution, if you can please review that policy. Hindi po magandang tingnan. Thank you very much. That's all for me. Mr. Speaker, thank you, the distinguished sponsor, and to the Ombudsman. Thank you.
Thank
Majority
you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
Mr. Speaker, last to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Luis Co from Kabataan Party List.
Representative Rene Luis Co is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang araw po sa kagalang-galang na sponsor at ang staff ng Office of the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman is tasked to investigate and provide convictions sa mga ating mga public officials that are accused of, and may possibly findings na may wrongdoings silang ginagawa. That's why the budget here, we're going through it dahil in these unique and pressing times ay napakahalaga po ng role ng Ombudsman. We'd just like to highlight, similarly sa bahagi po ng kabataan, kung gaano po tinitignan yung kahalagahan ng ginagawa ng Ombudsman. Ang unang tanong ko po is, how many administrative or criminal cases are currently pending at the Office of the Ombudsman? I'm sure over the years, marami pong nag-file, maraming naghihintay, may mga pending na mga complaints. Ilan na po ba ang pending sa Office of the Ombudsman as we speak po, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as of July 2025, the number of pending cases in criminal cases is at 1,320. For forfeiture cases, it's at 4. And for administrative cases, it's at 1,578. Totaling to 2,902.
Sir, as of July, how many po? 1,000?
For as of July 2025, totaling 2,902 for forfeiture, administrative, and criminal cases. Criminal cases, 1,320. Forfeiture cases, it's at 4. And administrative cases at 1,578.
Of these cases po, Mr. Speaker, how many have been pending for a period of 5 years?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, for criminal cases that is pending for more than 5 years, it's at 420 criminal cases. For forfeiture, there's no, at least one,
One po.
dear colleague, Mr. Speaker. And for administrative, the number of pending cases would be 467.
467 po. Pwede po bang matanong ang Office of the Ombudsman kung bakit po pending pa ang mga kaso na ito? In total, this is around 489 cases in the docket of the Office of the Ombudsman waiting to be resolved, no? Ano po yung kahirapan na na-experience ng Office of the Ombudsman? Bakit po tumatagal yung pag-resolve ng cases na ito?
Well, according to the Ombudsman, the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, there are still issues being resolved. That's why it's taking a lot of time to dispose of the cases.
At ano po ba yung average time of disposal of cases ng Office of the Ombudsman? Siyempre, as years go by, these officials, no, nag-iiba po yung stations nila, they could be retired, nag-iiba rin yung circumstances ng mga complainants. Some of them, nahihirapan na mag-pursue ng case further. Meron din po, unfortunate, no, namamatay, hindi po nahihirapan mag-proceed yung case. Gusto natin, mabilisang nare-resolve ng Office of the Ombudsman yung cases niya. That's why we provide, no, the budget, the resources to be able to do that. So, we'd like, no, to highlight kung bakit may kahirapan. Sana walang kahirapan. And ano yung nagiging reason for these delays, if any?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as of now, among the issues confronting the Office of the Ombudsman regards the conduct of investigation, that's why it's taking a lot of time for the disposition of cases, are the limited number of lawyers who conduct fact-finding, the voluminous documents, considering that cases pertaining to graft and corrupt practices are largely based on documentary evidence, the updated procedures prescribed by the Supreme Court, like the taking of judicial affidavits prior to filing of information, the tracking of complainants, the non-cooperation of witnesses, and according to the Office of the Ombudsman, the laws on graft and corruption needs to be updated. Since in most instances, judicial interpretation of the elements of the crime becomes the law of the land, while respondents have already found ways to circumvent the law.
Mr. Speaker, we are precisely aware of the sensitive nature of corruption cases na a lot of times witnesses are intimidated into silence, no, or disappearance. Documents are also being shredded, no? May mga ganong reports na nga po that DPWH officials are doing that. Mas nahihirapan yung gawain ng ICI, which makes conviction, going after corruption, much more difficult. Ano po ba yung ginagawa ng Office of the Ombudsman? Na-mention po na isa sa mga issues na hinaharap is yung kahirapan mag-track ng complainants. Ano po bang mga procedures, practices para maprotektahan ng witnesses, ma-ensure na hindi sila na-intimidate into silence, compromised, and the like po ba, Mr. Speaker?
So, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, that's why they impose preventive suspensions to secure the evidence and to also secure the witnesses.
Okay. Tama po, no? We've heard na may mga preventive suspensions nangyari, pero that's on the part of the accused, no? Paano po yung protections to the witnesses? Meron po bang proactive steps na ginagawa ang ombudsman to be able to do that?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they don't have any witness protection program. It's within the DOJ.
Yes.
Although in some instances, they may provide immunity when it is necessary.
Paano po ba nagko-coordinate ang DOJ and Ombudsman to be able to provide yung mga witnesses to cases to the witness protection program ng DOJ?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they have a standing memorandum of agreement with the DOJ regarding these matters or procedures. So they're closely working with the DOJ in these cases wherein the witnesses, wherein they think the witnesses are qualified to be under the witness protection program.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we'd like to request copies po of the data that has been provided in this line of questioning, no, yung mga cases that have been pending, no, yung criminal administrative in total, then yung for the past 5 years, and a copy of the memorandum as well. No, gusto po natin strong, robust yung capabilities na makapag provide ng protections to these witnesses so as to ensure that the case may integrity siya. It can go moving forward despite yung napakaraming alam natin ability ng mga nasa in positions of power to be able to intimidate these witnesses into silence. Is that possible po ba, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, according to the Office of the Ombudsman, they will provide, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. My next question po is in relation po sa mga napaabot to this representation ng mga cases, no, violations on due process rights, human rights na naranasan ng kabataan by police, military officials that they want to pursue further action with the Ombudsman. Some of them have filed cases already with the Office of the Ombudsman. So, ang gusto ko pong tanong din, kasi this representation is only aware of so much, how many cases involving military and police personnel in relation to atrocities committed by civilians are pending with the Office of the Ombudsman? How many po dito ang dismissed na? And how many are resolved recommending the filing of criminal charges? And ilan po din dito yung na-resolve by imposing administrative sanctions?
So, for cases, Mr. Speaker, for cases under the division of the Moleo, cases which may be considered as violation of human rights, the number of pending cases as of date is at 68.
68.
As for the number of disposition, I would just get the data from the Office of the Ombudsman.
Yes, but we can wait po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
So, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, there are different administrative sanctions imposed. So, dismissal from service, there are 9. Those who are suspended for more than 1 month, there are 20. Those who are suspended for 1 month or less, there are 5. Demoted, there are none. Fined, 7. And who are reprimanded, there are 2. Case dismissed, admonished, there are 15. And as for the case dismissed in the Moleo, it's at 145.
45. So if I'm correct, Mr. Speaker, for these trends, no, sa variations ng mga resolutions, mas marami ang dismissed.
Based on the numbers, that is the case, Mr. Speaker, your colleague.
This representation would also like to and to clarify po, these are cases involving military and police personnel in relation to violations of human rights.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague. It
Okay.
is.
This representation would also like to request the copy of this data. Pero further than that, we'd like to request specific updates to cases that are involving youth po, no? And meron pong, we are aware of a case filed against members of the 4th and SP 4th Infantry Battalion because meron pong hanunuo Mangyan resident of Oriental Mindoro which filed a complaint with the Office of the Ombudsman against several officials therein. One of the respondents includes Major General Roberto Capulong, Lieutenant Colonel Yago, and more, no, because they are implicated in the tragic killing of 21-year-old J.L. Maligday during a military operation in Sitio Suryawon, Barangay Nasukob, Bulalakaw, Oriental Mindoro last April 7, 2024. Kiniklaim nila that this 21-year-old, this youth, no, member daw po siya ng NPA, but the Maligday family and their community leaders strongly dispute this narrative. Ano pong update sa, well, that's one that we'd like to ask for an update. The second one po, on July 29, no, there is a case filed with the Office of the Ombudsman. Na-dismiss po from the Office of the Ombudsman ang case filed by Haley Pecayo and JP Garcia against 59th IB officers. That is because these officers filed a fabricated case using the Anti-Terrorism Act to then 19-year-old Haley Pecayo, which was later dismissed by the courts. Right now, as I understand, the case that has been dismissed by the Office of the Ombudsman is under appeal. Pwede po bang makahingi ng updates with these 2 cases po?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they're just taking the status of the case. We will provide your office of the status of the cases, Mr. Speaker.
Would it be possible if the update can be provided by this week po ba? To my good sponsor?
They are confirming that they can provide for this week, dear colleague, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much. We look forward to this update because it is alarming to me that the youth, no, ang kabataan, they're under attack, no, by police, military personnel. They're going to the Office of the Ombudsman with these grievances para po ma-ensure na protected yung rights nila. They see accountability from what they see, no, and they have full legal arguments na unfounded po yung claims na to, and these are violations, no, ng kanilang mga karapatan. And with na-share nga na trend that there are more cases dismissed than kahit i-total po to lahat, no, yung dismissal from service, suspended, mas marami pa rin po ang nadidismiss. So we look forward to that report this week, no, to Mr. Speaker, my good sponsor, in relation po this. My next question po is in relation po doon sa complaints filed by 2 complaints filed by Nympha Lanzanas against Colonel Lito Patay and Colonel Marcos for what we call no, this representation calls the Bloody Sunday massacre, kung saan may mga maraming na aresto, may maraming namatay, no? In December 2022, at least 11 police officers face a complaint with the Ombudsman in relation to this operation, where it was said, no, joint police and military operations ordered to neutralize activists and unionists. May update din po ba dito, to my good sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, they are going to look at the status of the case and they will provide the Office of Honorable Reneco of the status of said case.
Thank you. We will look forward to that as well. Matagal na rin po na pinagpapanawagan namin yung hustisya with what happened with the Bloody Sunday massacre. Marami pong mga aktivista, meron din pong mga civilian caught in the crossfire na namatay, na aresto in relation to what is supposedly yung constitutional exercise of rights and freedoms, pero ito po yung treatment pabalik sa kanila. My last question po to the good sponsor ay a pronouncement by the ex-ombudsman Samuel Martirez. He said po that he said there are certain cases that are dismissed due to the reason that there is no law that prohibits red tagging. The recent development last year po is now there is a Supreme Court case ruling that in the Duyo versus Binoya that red tagging, which is what we call when individuals are labeled as communists or terrorists without basis by state forces, that is a threat po to a person's right to life, liberty, or security, thus making it a valid ground for the issuance of a writ of amparo. Can I ask po the Office of the Ombudsman through the good sponsor, how committed is the Office of the Ombudsman in complying and adhering to the ruling of the Supreme Court in pursuing cases of red tagging by public officials towards activists, no? Given that there is now this Supreme Court case?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as long as there is a Supreme Court case, it is the law of the land. So the Ombudsman will comply with any with regards to that matter. Mr. Speaker, dear colleague.
As we speak now po kasi, Mr. Speaker, my good sponsor, there are public officials, police, military, those elected, no, turn to red tagging to be able to silence dissent. No? Will the Office of the Ombudsman actively entertain cases against on red tagging complaints that implicate public officials and investigate them as part of its mandate to protect the people against abuse of power by the government?
According to the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as they're going to actively entertain such cases as long as there is another law or another crime involved, because according to the Office of the Ombudsman, there's still no law or crime which defines red tagging. But since there is a Supreme Court case, they would look into that as for the guidelines on how to treat such red tagging cases. They could adopt a procedure to maybe look into it on how they will entertain such cases.
Mr. Speaker, my good sponsor, hindi po ba sufficient na yung Supreme Court case on the Duro versus Binoya, which says no clearly that red tagging is a threat to life, liberty, and security, which makes it a valid ground for the issuance of a writ of amparo, no, to be able to pursue against cases similarly na ginagawa ito ng mga public officials?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, it is enough, but since the Supreme Court said it is a threat, so they can consider it as a crime of threat, not red tagging per se, since there is no red tagging crime, but for threat, they can entertain such cases.
Thank you very much for that commitment. No, we will look forward to it and maasahan sana natin na ang bawat piso na binibigay po sa Office of the Ombudsman ay magamit para maprotektahan ang mga mamamayan sa mga abuso ng mga pampublikong opisyal na ginagamit yung kanilang kapangyarihan para sa sariling ganansya. To that end, Mr. Speaker, my good sponsor, I no longer have any other questions. And as we are aware na wala na pong iba pang interpellators, I would like to move to terminate the interpellation of the Office of the Ombudsman. No? And syempre gusto din natin ma-receive yung data that is requested by my colleagues at the soonest time, no, para po ma-maintain yung gantong motion. So moved po, Mr. Speaker.
There was a motion to terminate the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker.
There being no objection, said motion is now approved.
I move to
Majority
suspend session for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Boss Mike. Sir, let's have a picture with the sponsor. Boss, come.
sila mag-acknowledge ng gusto ko. Judge, ikaw? Wala eh. 20 minutes na umiihi si Jay eh. Umiihi. 20 minutes na umiihi si Jay.
Ako naman din sa Judiciary. Marvin. Kami pa mga justice. Thank you. Talaga bilip ako kay Nika talaga. Oh. Ikaw ba? Tayo na natin sa dali. Gagaling nito nandito. Oh. Galing sa kasal lang.
Decision ka. Picture na kayo? Ombudsman? May picture ba? Wala na.
Give me time.
For 20 minutes.
Session will now resume.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to consider the proposed budget of the Judiciary.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the justices, heads, and officials from the Judiciary. Namely, we have with us today, from the Supreme Court, Associate Justice Joseph Lopez, Associate Justice Raul Villanueva, Court Administrator Maria Teresa Dolores Gomez Estoesta, Assistant Court Administrator Lilian Baribalco. From the Sandigan Bayan, we have Presiding Justice Geraldine Faith Ekong, Associate Justice Bayani Jacinto, Associate Justice Hener Guito. From the Court of Appeals, we have Presiding Justice Fernanda Lampas Peralta, Associate Justice Florencio Mamauag Jr. And from the Court of Tax Appeals, we have Acting Presiding Justice Catherine Manahan and Associate Justice Corazon Ferrer Flores. Mr. Speaker.
We'd like to welcome our guests from the Supreme Court, Associate Justice Joseph Lopez, Associate Justice Raul Villanueva, Court Administrator Maria Teresa Dolores C. Gomez Estoesta, Assistant Court Administrator Lilian C. Baribalco. From the Sandigan Bayan, Presiding Justice Geraldine Faith Ekong, Associate Justice Bayani H. Jacinto, Associate Justice Hener M. Guito. From the Court of Appeals, Presiding Justice Fernanda Lampas Peralta, Associate Justice Florencio Mamawag Jr. From the Court of Tax Appeals, Acting Presiding Justice Catherine T. Manahan and Associate Justice Corazon Ferrer Flores. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of answering questions and defending the proposed budget of the Judiciary, I move to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, the City of Golden Friendship, the eloquent, the prolific, the Representative Rufus Bautista Rodriguez, Mr. Speaker.
We'd like to recognize.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
We'd like to recognize the prolific gentleman from Cagayan, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, our justices of the judiciary, officials of the judiciary. It is my honor today to sponsor the budget of the judiciary for fiscal year 2026, amounting to originally 67.94 billion, inclusive of the automatic appropriations. In terms of new appropriations, which is subject to congressional approval, the total budget of the judiciary amounts to 67.77 billion, which represents an increase of 5.88 or 3.65 billion higher than fiscal year 2025 budget of 62.12. And the judiciary thanks our Committee on Appropriations because it has increased this budget by the amount of 1.317 billion yesterday. And now the new total for the judiciary is 69.27 billion. Mr. Speaker, in terms of strategic plan for judicial innovations, SPJI 2022 to 2027, initiated by the Supreme Court of the Republic of the Philippines, led by the Honorable Chief Justice Alexander G. Hesmundo. And now on its third year, the judiciary is implementing concrete, measurable reforms. The judiciary is launching the Philippine Judiciary Platform and e-court PH, expanding e-payments, strengthening systems like the Bar Applicant Registration Information System and the Tech Assistance or Barista for the bar examinations, the Judicial and Bar Council JBC online registration, an application system ORAS, ORAS, a mandatory continuing legal education MCLE program, and help desk and document request portals, and modernizing courthouses all over the country with case management tools, innovations to reduce timelines, eliminate red tape, and bring justice closer to the Filipino people. These are not just ideas, they are active systems improving the delivery of justice system today. In view of the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, I urge my dear colleagues to join me in supporting the proposed budget of the judiciary for fiscal year 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is now ready to answer questions from our colleagues. Daghang salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from the Lone District of Dinagat Islands, Representative Kaka Bagao. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative is now recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maing buntag
May muntag
from the City of Golden Friendship.
from the Paradise Island of Dinagat.
You know, thank you po. Sir, I was listening to the presentation of the Supreme Court during the committee hearings, and I see that the management of the funds was very efficient. That's why I'm a little bit saddened to see that even if there is an adjustment in the budget, they're still lacking of more or less 40% on the total budget of the Supreme Court. I would just like to know what will be the impact of the short budget, short of 40% budget that the Supreme Court will require to perform its mandate and to deliver its programs.
Thank you, our representative from the island paradise of Dinagat Island. Thank you for your question. Indeed, based on the request of the judiciary, we now have a request of the total request for the judiciary for all the courts amounts to
105.75 billion, sir.
Thank you. So what's that again? 100?
105.76 billion.
Yes,
And
it is right here.
yes.
Let's focus on this. 105.6 billion. May we know the pleasure of our representative from Dinagat Island?
So my question, sir, what will be the impact of the cut, considering that it's still more or less around 40% of what was requested by the Supreme Court.
That's correct. 105.76B minus what we are giving, including the 1.3 of 69 billion, we still have the amount of 45 billion that is needed. And so therefore, we really urge our colleagues to be able to give support to the judiciary, the bulwark of democracy in this country. We therefore would request that additional budget be given aside from the 1.3 billion. And we are going to certainly give to the committee the final, we cannot give the entire 45 billion, but we will ask the court administrator and the Supreme Court to be able to also represent the needs of the other courts, which are so important. And that is why we have here the request, and we have a request for reconsideration of 25. So we have gone down from 45. We are requesting an addition of total of 37.81 billion, meaning we are asking for reconsideration of this honorable body of 21.76 billion for the Supreme Court and other Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower courts. It's called SCP-LC, Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower court, is for consideration 21 billion. For the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, 2 million. For the Court of Appeals, the big body of distinguished gentlemen and justices, 2.69 billion. And for the Sandigan Bayan, consideration for 509.87 million. And the Court of Tax Appeal with 365.53 million, or a total request, Your Honor, of 25.33 billion. That is the current request of our judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. My next line of questionings, I would just like to emphasize the areas where the budget will be needed, and if there are already allocations for this. Nung September 17 po kasi 2025 at around 8:15 p.m. in his residence in San Jose, Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Attorney Joshua Abrina was shot dead. He is already 8th dead officer of the court since 2022. And some of them, aside from Attorney Joshua, is Bai Maceda Lidasan Abo in 2025, Junisa Kimamao, March 17, 2025. Ibrahim Pendato in March 17, 2025. Prosecutor Eleanor de la Peña in June 10, 2024. Maria Saniata Alzabe, September 14, 2023. Elmer Mape, August 22, 2023. Alberto Magulta in June 15, 2025. Justice Leonen said it is a grave matter that strikes at the very core of justice and must never be taken lightly. In fact, the Chief Justice directed the Chief Marshal and Deputy Marshal for Luzon to contact the relevant investigative and law enforcement agencies to separately obtain updates regarding this incident so that the court is provided with the necessary information. And very recently, Republic Act 11691 was created and was enacted, creating the Office of the Judiciary Marshal. But surprisingly, you need, I think, to fill in 1,043 positions to perform the duties of the Office of the Judiciary Marshals. Considering the number of deaths of the officer of the court, sir, how will this, the lack of personnel still, no 1,043, impact on the safety and efficiency of the implementation of RA 11691 and safety of our officers of the court, especially the judges and other officers of the court?
Thank you, distinguished colleague. We note sadly the murder of our fellow lawyers. And certainly, the Supreme Court is really trying to have the court martials 1,043 positions to be created to make sure that there is deterrence and protection and prevention of further infliction of harm on our judiciary and our lawyers. And so the request of the judiciary, the Supreme Court, is for the positions of 1,043 in the office of the Judiciary Marshals, OJM, it's 710 million. Unfortunately, this has not been included in the 255 reallocation of the 255 billion from the flood control. So that is the present situation, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what will be the impact considering that there will be no budget allocation for this requirement for 2026, especially to protect the officers of the court, considering that we still need to hire more than 1,000 marshals?
The impact, Mr. Speaker, is that there will be less or no protection of most of our members of the judiciary. And that is why it is very vital that in these proceedings, we are able to restore the request of 710 million for 1,043 positions for the office of the judicial marshals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I would just like to express my support. This is a priority considering that there have been a lot of reported killings by the officers of the court to our fellow lawyers with no protection at all. My next question would be on online hearings. I would just like to know, sir, if in the conduct of online hearings, which is very important, no, it expedites proceedings, and it makes sure that postponement of hearings or resetting of hearings are avoided. Is there enough budget for this item? And do you have the data, sir, on the efficiency of the conduct of online hearings, especially on the first and second level courts?
Yes, precisely. The Supreme Court has been doing its best with a limited budget to be able to have video conferencing or trials so that this will be able to have our hearings on video conferencing. This is good for the witnesses, good for the lawyers, and really excellent for our judiciary. And that is why on our video conference hearing reports, VCH reporting period May 20 to September 8, 2025, the total video conference hearings conducted from 2022 to September of this year, we had 1,644,209 video conference hearings. Of this, total criminal case hearing through video conference is 1.5 million. Total civil case hearing by video conference is 103,000. Successful hearings that we had on this is 1,488,000. There was a failed hearing for 130,000. There were interruptions of 17,335. The success rate, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague, the success rate of video conferencing in this country so far is 90.50% successful in proceeding with hearings under the scheme of video conferencing.
But my question, sir, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is that is there enough allocation to pursue these types of online hearings? And maybe my follow-up there would be, can we get a copy of the data?
Yes.
On the rates so that we can also share in the other jurisdictions as well, no? Especially in the provinces where this is highly encouraged. And so eventually my question would be,
I'll just answer that. Yes, we're going to give you now
okay,
the
thank you, sir.
data on video conferencing. Thank you very much.
And is there enough allocation for the conduct of online hearings?
Thank you for that question because we are leading to that. So right now the budget is for online video conferencing. In the NEP, National Expenditure Program, we only have 450 million. So that cannot carry to the entire Philippine archipelago of 7,640 islands. And that is why we want our courts, even the far-flung courts, to be having already video conferencing, and this will entail the purchase of equipment, the Wi-Fi, and everything. So the request, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, is an additional 450 million. And that will be a total of 900 million that can push this implementation to the other courts which are not yet reached by video conferencing procedure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. It seems that there are a lot of efficient areas in the administration of justice by the Supreme Court that needs additional support. I'm sure we want to give them more, but maybe they may need to prioritize the particular line items that we will be pushing for more support for the Supreme Court, especially the more efficient programs that they have implemented. And I was looking at the data that you were providing me. Thank you so much. The impact of the efficiency of online hearings that will seek to avoid a lot of postponements and postponement of hearings, no, of courts, sir.
Thank you, my distinguished colleague. Yes, in fact, while the BARCIS and the Committee on Appropriations had not included this, but we gave additional 1.3 billion, but more is needed. Precisely, we will have a period of institutional and personal amendments of the period of amendments to be done in this plenary. And in that proper time, I am now requesting the Judiciary with the Court Administrator, Justice Estuesta, to give us what are still lacking in terms of priority. We have to prioritize the needs of the Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower courts, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, the Court of Tax Appeals, and then also the PAT. So, yes.
We already have, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, specific proposal for prioritization of specific line items that will highlight and will emphasize the efficient services that have been already provided and will be provided by the Supreme Court that needs more support?
Yes, in fact, they have written to the chairperson, the Honorable Mika Swansing, and to this representation. We have requested that there is this letter, and we have the Supreme Court has requested 24 billion, and then the others also. Court of Tax Appeals is 2.6 billion. Court of Appeals is 2.6 billion. Sandigan Bayan is 509 million. Court of Tax Appeals is 369 billion. Yes.
But siguro, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we will need to get more detailed line
We will be
item,
giving that, in fact,
prioritization.
since this is quite big. At 28 billion, we have limited fiscal space. We are going to ask the judiciary and all the courts to give us a priority. It may not be 26 billion, but some figures which are clear priorities of each of the offices
Yes.
that are part of the judiciary. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, my next question is on access to justice by the poor. And I'm sure this has been a favorite topic during the committee hearings.
Yes.
But I would like to focus more on its impact on access to justice by the poor. Republic Act 12032, which was passed on October 17, 2024, created additional 3 branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Jose in the province of Dinagat Islands. I'm asking this question not only because I'm from Dinagat, but I am very concerned of geographically isolated and displaced areas where no available courts and access of the litigants. Sir, there is only one court, one RTC court in an island like that, which is branch 32, but it is located in the city. So the litigants of that island will have to travel by boat to attend court hearings. And that's also, you can imagine the difficulty of apprehensions that are being made and to bring them to courts that has to travel by sea. And does that imagine also if there are big waves and storms and there are hearings of the litigants. However, sir, up to today, there is still no court there. Branch 32 is still in Surigao City. There are 2 municipal circuit trial courts that has been established. But our concern is for in island provinces like this, the poor will most probably be not interested at all in pursuing their case because not only of the financial difficulty that they will encounter in making sure that they are able to litigate their cases, but also to the interest, to maintain the interest in pursuing their cases, considering not only the distance, but also the difficulty of understanding the processes of the court. So I would like to know if compliance with Republic Act 12030 has been made or will be made. And being the former governor of that province, sir, we have a lot of difficulties bringing litigants, both petitioners and accused and defendants, in bringing them to the city just to attend court hearings. So was there already compliance of this law 12032?
Mr. Speaker, we fully support.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, considering that we are already on our 19th year of existence, but we still have no court in the province.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. We fully support the establishment of 3 courts as established in Republic Act 12032 for the island paradise of Dinagat Islands. I invite all of you to go there on behalf of our representative. And we are happy to inform everyone that indeed branches 57, 58, 59 for the RTC of Dinagat Islands is already, the JBC is now open to receive recommendations, and they will soon be able to vet all the applicants. And certainly the Supreme Court commits that once we already have the appointment, the 3 courts will be opened ASAP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that update, Mr. Sponsor. But my question is, will the Supreme Court have the allocation to establish physically the court in the province? I know that they can immediately establish the courts, but the physical structure that will handle or all the three courts for the as regional trial courts is also needed in the delivery of justice.
Yes, in fact, the first process is to be able for the JBC to already interview the applicants and then be able to recommend to the president for appointment. Once there is an appointment, the process will start. And then we are going to ask for funds to be able to physically open that either first through rental or through the establishment of buildings in Dinagat Island. Because those who are far from law should have more law. And Dinagat Island is far. Paraphrasing former President Ramon Magsaysay, those who have less in life should have more in law. I would like to amend that. Those who have less in life should have more. More of everything. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So amended na ang President Magsaysay's statement.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor. But I would like to be clarified lang po on this point. Whether I know that the possibility of renting, etc., but is there a space in the allocation that will already establish the physical court there? Because when I was governor during the COVID time, there was already a discussion on the construction of a court in the province, but that stopped. I don't know what happened. And I would just like to be updated on the status of that. I'm asking this because I know there are still other provinces and far-flung provinces where their litigants, especially the poor, have difficulties in filing cases and following up their cases. So I think it's very important.
We assure the former governor of Dinagat Island, now Representative Bak, she's back with us. She was with us in the previous Congress. That certainly we will we request the JBC to fast track the interview and the recommendation. At the same time, the Supreme Court will now look for funds to be able to have the physical structure be done in Dinagat Islands for the 3 RTC branches in our Dinagat Island, 3 of them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, and I would like also for the judiciary to be mindful of other islands and other far-flung provinces who are similarly situated. However, I am very confident that our sponsor, our idol, Congressman Rodriguez, will definitely be able to defend the budget. And I would like to join as an officer also of the court in supporting the budget that will be required by the Supreme Court. Most of my questions are actually priority programs of the Supreme Court that needs support. So I am one with the Supreme Court in making sure, and you are very efficient in using your budget. So I support the budget of the Supreme Court. That will be all, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Judiciary, we would like to thank the Honorable Representative Kaka Bagao of the Dinagat Islands Island Paradise for your support for the budget, support not only of the present budget, but to increase the budget so that we can be able to implement the request, the dispensation of justice to the entire country. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize from Party List Akbayan, Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Chel Jokno.
The representative from Akbayan, Representative Chel Jokno, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, honorable sponsor. It's always a pleasure to have a conversation with you. Good morning as well to the Judiciary and the members of the Judiciary family. I believe the honorable sponsor would recall that in the hearing that we had on September 16, I had requested for the list of aging cases that have been pending in the Sandigan Bayan some for 20 years, some for over 30 years, including a summary of what cases are involved, the amount of government funds involved, and the reasons for delay. May I know, Your Honor, if the list is available?
Yes, first of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the illustrious son of an illustrious statesman of our country, the late Senator Jose Wright Diokno. And we have here the status of cases which have been, the year it has been filed, and the present status. So right now, this is the report of our presiding justice, Geraldine Faith Econg. And now we have here, there's a list. Not so many. I'm counting about 10 cases lang. Only 10 cases. Would you like us to read this, or would you like to receive a copy of this? Because it starts with July 29, 1987. You are right, Your Honor. And this is about Republic versus Maria Remedios Argana et al. Then we have also case number 0010, Republic versus Ferdinand A. Marcos et al., civil in nature, 1987. Would you like me to read the others?
Just if I may be provided with the copy.
To be provided.
Your Honor.
We provide you only 10 cases, and we are therefore going to provide you this, and we will certainly urge the Sandigan Bayan to make sure that I think that is what you would be asking for, to write finish to these cases.
Yes,
Thank you.
Honorable Sponsor. In fact, as I had requested, not only for the 10 cases, but if I recall, there were 10 civil cases pending since 1987, around more than 10 cases pending for more than 20 years, and around 242 cases pending before the Sandigan Bayan for more than 10 years.
Yes.
I was requesting for the information about those cases because I am concerned, and I would like to ask, in fact, what we can do, what Congress can do to support the Sandigan Bayan so that these cases can be fast-tracked and resolved as quickly as possible. So if I may request the expanded list
Yes.
to be provided.
We will give you the expanded list of all pending since 1987. And just to inform you that many of these pending cases are post-judgment, meaning may MR, there are other motions, and then may auction sale pa, it lengthens the proceedings. But most of them have already been decided on its merit. So the post-judgment action of the litigants. But we are going to give you, now we're going to give you these 10, and we will give you the others as you have requested, the Honorable. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, Presiding Justice of the Sandigan Bayan. Just on that same point, if I may, sir, may I know what the courts, the judiciary, not just the Sandigan Bayan, but the Supreme Court, is planning as far as fast-tracking corruption cases? We know that this is now very much part of our national conversation, and we want these cases to be resolved as quickly as possible. We know that the longer a corruption case takes, the harder it is to hold the persons involved accountable. And we want to support, on the part of the Congress, any mechanisms that could be put in place to fast-track corruption cases, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Precisely, the Sandigan Bayan is now crafting new rules to shorten the trial in the Sandigan Bayan. They're now looking at only 120 days. And so we'll furnish our distinguished colleague once the Sandigan Bayan promulgates the new rules, especially on the issues of corruption, on the flood control, allegations that we have in the present time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. I just have a few more questions. At the last hearing as well, on September 16, I queried the Honorable Court Administrator about whether there is a monitoring system to ensure that those who are convicted by final judgment are actually serving their sentence. And I recall the Honorable Sponsor also followed up on my query because we feel that this is something that has to be done, not only, and this would involve not just the Supreme Court, but the different agencies that would involve the Office of the Ombudsman, the Sandigan Bayan, even the Bureau of Corrections. First question, if I may, Honorable Sponsor, is this included in the current budget request of the Judiciary?
Thank you. First of all, to answer the first question, yes, there is a Justice Sector Coordinating Council. Precisely because after there is a decision and there is a judgment of conviction and there's an order including penalties of imprisonment, the honorable gentleman would like to have a monitoring of those who have been convicted so that they surely go to jail. So therefore, we have this, and the court administrator is saying that they will soon convene this one again precisely to make sure that there are now new rules to monitor the convicted accused, that they will properly serve their sentence. So that will be given also to our distinguished representative.
Thank you for that. I am aware of the Justice Sector Coordinating Council. Perhaps I know this may not be able to be done within this budget cycle, but I believe that perhaps in the coming budget cycles next year, we could establish a permanent database, a permanent monitoring system involving the different agencies that would ensure that those who are convicted by final judgment actually serve their sentences. I am particularly concerned about corruption cases, again, because this involves the people's money, and we want to make sure that there is real accountability and punishment for those involved, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you once again. We appreciate that suggestion, and we are of notice that precisely there has to be a report on the status of the implementation. But let me just inform this honorable august body that we indeed have a budget for 2026 for the Justice Sector Convergence Program. But the problem is that they were reduced from the proposal of 475 million, they were only given 175 million. And so they are requesting for the balance of 157 million to be restored, so that there will be full monitoring and full reports of those who are convicted, especially in corruption cases, to be published and to be seen that they are indeed implemented. So we thank you, and we ask the sponsor to help us, our distinguished colleague, to help us restore this budget for the Justice Sector Convergence Program. Thank you.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, definitely, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly thank again Representative Chel Diokno for his interpellation, which makes sure that there is really not only dispensation of justice, but implementation of justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize from Party List ACT Teachers, Representative Antonio Tino.
Representative Antonio L. Tino of ACT Teachers Party List recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to the sponsor.
Good morning.
Mr. Speaker, I just have one very particular concern. This has to do with the implementation of the Filipino Sign Language Law. I raised this already during the budget briefing of the Judiciary, no? And so the Filipino Sign Language Law mandates that the Judiciary, the courts, make available Filipino Sign Language interpreters to the deaf, no, who are in the courts or who are in one way or other in transacting with the legal system. Okay. And I was told that the Judiciary has already come up with implementing rules and regulations in this regard. I also asked the budgetary requirement needed in order to implement, and I was told the amount was 50 million pesos. Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I am part of the Committee on Appropriations, the deliberations on the budget amendments, and looking at the amendments, the additional budget that the committee has included in the current General Appropriations Bill, hindi po kasama yung 50 million. No? So, Mr. Speaker, pwede po bang habulin natin, no, or makuha ang suporta ng sponsor, no, para sa dagdag na amyenda na ito? 50 million pesos lang po ang pinag-uusapan natin. In the grand scheme of things, this is literally a rounding error. No, so can we get the commitment of the sponsor that these 50 million pesos will be included in the budget of the Judiciary para naman po, finally, ilang taon na po nag-iintay ang ating Filipino deaf community, that at least the justice system will in this way ensure accessibility and inclusiveness for the Filipino deaf.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Honorable Representative from ACT Teachers, the Representative Tony Tino. Certainly, this representation, together with the Judiciary, intends to really secure this small amount of 50 million so that the law that implements and mandates the Filipino Sign Language in courts will be implemented with the budget to hire interpreters for the Filipino language. And so therefore, in this open assembly, we would pledge that we are going to work. In fact, we will request that the Judiciary include this in this priority, and this representation will write a separate letter for 50 million inclusion to the Honorable Mika Sonsing and Majority Leader Sandro Marcos. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With that very firm commitment from our distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation. Thank you po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Before our dear friend goes, our thanks. The Judiciary is thanking Congressman Tino because of his support and his request, a very valid one. This is an implementation of law, and we don't want another law without funds to implement. And so thank you very much, Representative Tino, for your intervention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate, I move to recognize from party list APEC, the Honorable Sergio Dagook.
Representative Sergio C. Dagook of APEC Party List is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. I am not interpolating my fellow Mindanaoan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mahirap interpolate tong tao na to kasi palaging pare-pareho kami ng idea. So I am just here, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, to manifest my support to the budget of the Judiciary, especially to the budget on utilities, which will settle the accounts of the courts, electricity account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Judiciary family.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the judiciary, we thank the Honorable Sergio Dago from the island paradise of Dinagat ang samahin ko eh. Siargao. Because, Mr. Speaker, he has been helping pay the obligations of the courts in the Siargao Island. So we thank you and we assure you the judiciary will make sure that we are going to pay all the outstanding obligations on utilities so that you will not be paying anymore your own money to help the judiciary in Siargao Island. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize from party list ML, the Honorable Laila De Lima.
The Honorable Laila De Lima of ML Party List is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, I also rise today to manifest my full support for the proposed budget of the judiciary for fiscal year 2026. I do not wish to add to more questions because I asked already certain questions during the committee hearing on the judiciary budget. Let me just emphasize, the judiciary is a co-equal branch of government and the final guardian of the rule of law. It safeguards the rights and liberties of our people and serves as a cornerstone of our democratic system. By supporting this budget, we are not simply allocating funds to a government branch, but making a vital investment in the credibility of our justice system, in the integrity of our democracy, and ensuring that justice will neither be delayed nor denied to our people. As mentioned earlier, NEP for the budget for the judiciary, as indicated in the NEP for 2026, is 65.768 billion. The original agency proposal for 2026 was 105.76 billion, hence a huge cut of 37.81 billion. After the Bar C consideration, this was an additional amount was given to judiciary. That's 1.317 billion, and this represents the creation of new positions in the offices of the regional court managers, the creation of new positions in the offices of the Chief Justice and Associate Justices, and the purchase of ICT equipment. If I have my way, Mr. Speaker, and the distinguished sponsor, and if it's still within the fiscal space, I would suggest that we take a look again at the list of the items that were part when the judiciary sought reconsideration of a subtotal amount of 21.76 billion. From Barsi, it was increased, or it was added only 1.317 billion. So if we can ask the judiciary and tell us the other prioritized items in their original proposed budget, which we can still add, subject, of course, to the feasibility within the fiscal space. So that's all, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. Again, I express my manifestation of support for the budget of the judiciary for fiscal year 2026. Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the former chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, the former Secretary of Justice, the former Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, no less than our good friend, Laila De Lima. Thank you so much for your big support for the judiciary.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize from the 2nd District of Pangasinan, the Honorable Mark Cobanco.
The Honorable Mark Cobanco is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Court of Appeals and also the Supreme Court. Recently, a case involving the precautionary principle was lost by the government. And this had to do with the writ of kalikasan on golden rice and BT talong. Mr. Speaker, the golden rice was being planted in my district. A lot of golden rice. This was the rice that we were planting to gift. This representation was planting to gift to the people. So that was interrupted. BT talong was also a means to lessen flooding your fields with insecticides so that the talong could be harvested. BT talong would have gone a long way to reducing greatly, if not eliminating, all pesticides in the culture of talong. My question is, how do we make it so that the precautionary principle is not abused? Because it's very hard to win against the precautionary principle. It's all encompassing and it covers everything. Do we make a law, or do we make a law about the precautionary principle, or do we make a law that says BT talong and golden rice are legal? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished representative of Tarlac, Marco.
Pangasinan po.
Pangasinan. Sorry, Pangasinan. The precautionary rule as promulgated by the Court of Appeals state that when there is no scientific certainty as to the safety of a product or activity, the same shall be prohibited. However, Mr. Speaker, our distinguished Chairman, Mark, they await Congress to be able to pass a law and then implementing rules so that this precautionary rule may be able to be given a second look. And because Congress has the plenary powers to make law, then they are able to implement what is the policy given by Congress. We indeed see the importance of the rice and the talong that is being planted in Pangasinan. However, according to the Court of Appeals, the precautionary rule states really there has to be a scientific basis to say that a product is safe. However, they are very much willing to be able to have the Congress come out, because Congress can also be able to be the one that will invite experts to assure everyone, as there are now many areas in the country that are also planting BT corn, also the modified rice. However, there has to be a policy from Congress. That is what the Court of Appeals would like to request.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation is aware of the voluminous amount of scientific work done to ensure the safety of these products. Furthermore, we are planting and importing BT corn regularly. So we are already using BT products in animal feeds all over the Philippines. But I will not belabor the point, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would just like to invite the good sponsor to join me in authoring bills so that we could address this issue more properly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, gladly, I always support our Chairman Mark. And this bill to clarify the safeness of these modified agricultural products. will certainly be able to invite the scientific experts and all scientific papers so that we can craft a law. I will sign immediately the bill of Chairman Mark Juanco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, our distinguished
I
colleague.
support the budget of the judiciary.
The
We
more
need-
I'm going to sign the bill, Mr.
We need
Speaker.
a strong judiciary for a first-rate country. Thank you po.
Thank you, Chairman Mark Juanco. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate once again, may we move to recognize from Party List ML the Honorable Laila de Lima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Laila de Lima is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the interpellation on the budget of the judiciary.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The proposed budget of the judiciary is now approved.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, our dear Speaker. On behalf of the judiciary, the men and women dispensing justice in our country, we thank you so much for the termination of the plenary hearing of the budget of the judiciary with a prayer that we add to what our minority leaders have requested so that we can have more dispensation of faster justice to our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Oh, ako kahapon.
Okay na, sir. Ng CA. Pinapakuha niya yung case number ko sa CA at kung kanino naka-pending, said mo sa akin, send ko sa kanya. Hindi nagre-reklamo na ako. Sabi ko, ang tagal-tagal lang ako yung case ko. Ano yan ang mga... Kung kanina, at kung kanina naka-assign.
All justices, pass here. To the
na natin yan. Mag-equivalent.
AJ. AJ. Herbs. May problema siya ng NBI. NBI. May problema siya NBI. Kaya nga, nasaan ba sila yung NBI nila? Bibigyan dyan na sila. Oo, baka naman po pwedeng baka kausapin ko yung head ng NBI kasi sige. Kung po pwede, kahit mga 1 o'clock kamo. Diyan na sa office ni Madjo. Chief na NBI. Okay. Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we move to consider the proposed budget for our two agencies, the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agencies, headed by Undersecretary Isagani R. Neres, Director General, and all the officials of PDEA. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge also the officials from the Dangerous Drugs Board, headed by Secretary Oscar F. Valenzuela as chairman, and all the officials and staff of DDB. Mr. Speaker.
We'd like to welcome our guest from the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, headed by Yusek Isagani R. Neres, and from the Dangerous Drugs Board, headed by Secretary Oscar F. Valenzuela. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Marcy Teodoro from the Lone District of Marikina City as to answer the questions on the proposed budget for the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency and the Dangerous Drugs Board. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Marcy Teodoro of Marikina is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, magandang umaga po. On behalf of the Dangerous Drugs Board, DDB, and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, PDEA, we are honored at this point to present and defend our proposed budgets for fiscal year 2026. The fight against illegal drugs remains one of the most pressing challenges confronting our nation. The DDB continues to serve as the policy-making and strategy-setting body, providing the roadmap for a balanced and humane anti-drug campaign. While the PDEA, as the lead implementing arm, ensures that these strategies are carried out through intelligence-driven operations, enforcement, and coordination with stakeholders nationwide. For 2026, our joint priorities are centered on: 1, sustaining demand reduction programs by scaling up prevention, education, and rehabilitation with greater focus on community-based treatment and reintegration of persons who use drugs. 2, modernizing enforcement capacity, equipping our agents with the technology, training, and intelligence tools necessary to counter increasingly sophisticated drug syndicates. 3, deepening interagency and local government unit partnerships to ensure a whole-of-government and a whole-of-nation approach that emphasizes prevention and rehabilitation alongside with enforcement. Lastly, strengthening international cooperation. This is to address the transnational drug trafficking while aligning with global best practices and our treaty obligations. Mr. Speaker, the budget we respectfully present today is an investment in both public safety and, equally important, in public health. It is an affirmation of our collective commitment to protect our communities, safeguard our youth, and pursue a drug-resilient Philippines founded on sound policy, effective enforcement, and respect for human rights. With your support, the DDB and PDEA will continue to work in unison to turn the tide against illegal drugs and build safer, healthier, and stronger communities for our people. Maraming salamat, and we are ready now to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Leila de Lima from the Mamamayang Liberal Party List to interpolate the sponsor of the proposed budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency and the Dangerous Drugs Board. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Laila de Lima is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished sponsor. So this is about the budgets of both DDB and PDEA. And I have just a few questions on these two agencies. No one can dispute the fact, of course, the importance of the mandate of both agencies in terms of battling the scourge of illegal drugs in our country. So this is more on policy. I have no question about the budgets themselves of both agencies, just policies. We know that the DBB is in charge of formulating the policies and strategies to be implemented by the PDEA. And among the DDB's regular programs is policy formulation and other issuances through the conduct of surveys, researches, studies on drug-related issues and concerns. So I'm sure in using the budget for this purpose, meaning the formulation of the policies and strategies to combat the illegal drug trade, may we know if the DDB have specific policy recommendations for the legislature on how to institutionalize a holistic, human rights-based approach to combating illegal drugs? And related to that, Mr. Speaker and the distinguished sponsor, gusto ko lang po kasing maintindihan, malaman at makumbinsi na meron na talagang shift, a major shift, a paradigm shift from the previous policy of the previous murderous regime about the punitive, we all know that the policy before was punitive. It's all about neutralizing suspected drug offenders, and mostly the small-time drug offenders that resulted in thousands killed under the name of war on drugs. And what we know from the pronouncements from the Office of the President is that there is now supposed to be a policy shift. Ang sabi, we're now gearing towards, or we're now actually implementing health-based and human rights-based approach to combating illegal drug trade. I want to understand more about that policy, na kung talagang yun na ho ba talaga yung ating sinusunod, lalo na sa mga core relevant agencies like PDEA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we all know, way back in 2002, when Republic Act number 9165 was crafted, a comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, the central legal framework of the country's anti-drug policy has changed considerably. In the present situation, Mr. Speaker, the law that we have has shown its limitations. The persistence of drug use despite strict enforcement underscores the need for a more balanced strategies. The demand for policies that are not only effective, but also, more importantly, compassionate, inclusive, in recognizing drug dependence as a health and social issue. International practices have likewise evolved, with many countries adopting health-centered and rights-based frameworks that integrate drug policy into broader goals of a sustainable development, social justice, and human rights. Unfortunately, we need to address these things. Currently, the Philippine anti-illegal drugs strategy that we are using is still from the previous administration, which focused more on punitive strategy. So there's an executive order number 66 in 2018 that provides for the basic principles on our anti-illegal drugs strategy. What we are proposing with the DDB and PDEA is that we could have an enhanced Philippine anti-illegal drugs strategy. There is currently no executive order in place to implement and institutionalize policies and approach of the current administration. We must admit that. It emphasizes the further need of the agency to conduct one, review and revisit the existing laws and issuances. There's a two-pronged approach, Mr. Speaker, by the agency, and the end goal is for the new executive order to be issued in order to develop, highlight, implement, and more importantly, institutionalize the three pillars in approaching the campaign against illegal drugs. And these pillars are: 1, supply reduction; 2, demand reduction; 3, more importantly, health, social, and developmental services. Studies have shown and have been conducted that the problem of illegal drugs is more that of physiological and medical. This approach veers away from the bloody drug war implemented by the previous administration. The focus now shifts on the integration of rehabilitation and a human rights-based approach in order to eliminate the illegal drug problem that the country is facing. In July 2024, there's a drug policy summit together with the Department of Justice, conducting dialogues with various sectors, civil society organizations, youth organizations, even educational institutions, in order to promote and formulate a more people-centered framework. Additionally, there are dialogues that were supported by the University of the Philippines, the Institute on Human Rights, in order to further the drug law reform initiative. The goal of the agency aims to achieve, at this point, is the amendment of RA 9165, institutionalizing policies and strategies of international organizations, communities, and even local governments in their campaign against illegal drugs. An amendment of our drug laws are in order. I must say that. In order to also address the list of dangerous drugs, as well as to shift from the numerous punitive provisions to a more human rights-based provisions in the new law. These amendments aim to highlight decriminalization and harm reduction as part of the approach against illegal drugs. There's also a plan from the Dangerous Drugs Board, Mr. Speaker, to formulate what we call Mayor's Handbook, highlighting the best practices applied and implemented by various local government units in the Philippines. Meron din pong mga pagsisikap ngayon na matulungan at ibang mga probinsya, iba-ibang syudad na makapaggawa or to be able to expand what we call the community-based drug rehabilitation facilities.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished sponsor, it seems reassuring to hear from the distinguished sponsor about those policies and those activities, programs that DDB is currently implementing. And I do believe, and I think, and I need a confirmation from the DDB that they would be supporting a move to push for the issuance of an executive order, to be able to explicitly lay down what exactly are the shifts in the policy. It's not enough na meron lang mga pronouncement, meron lang mga media pronouncements about the so-called shift in policy. Of course, we recognize that there has been a far less incidence of extrajudicial killings in the course of drug or anti-drug operations. But there are still such killings happening, not really reported out, no more reported in the media. So I need to know what exactly are those, because you mentioned po kanina about getting rid of certain punitive aspects or provisions of RA 9165, because certainly that is the common recommendation or proposal of various groups, both domestic and international. So, ano po exactly ang pwede nating alisin o baguhin ng mga punitive provisions dyan sa Republic Act 9165? And there seems to be inequality and lack of equity and fairness in the penalties for various levels of drug offenders. Hindi ho ba kailangan na ring baguhin yan? And that is also one way of addressing our jail congestion. Baka naman yung mga minor offenders need not be met with prison terms. Is that being considered by DDB as among the possible amendatory provisions? And another question is, has DDB already submitted any legislative proposal in that regard, particularly amending in a comprehensive manner form or scope of our anti-drugs law, which is Republic Act 9165?
By admission, Mr. Speaker, it's presently being discussed with the UP Human Rights Institute for Human Rights. We are still waiting for the recommendations that will be coming from the said dialogue conducted in.
How soon we'll be able to receive those recommendations? Because we will be willing, this representation in fact would be willing to sponsor any such bill that would address the loopholes, the lapses, and the excesses in the provisions, the
Mr.
punitive
Speaker,
provisions of RA 9165.
According to the timeline and schedule of the dialogue being conducted by the DDB and the UP Institute of Human Rights, they're expecting that by next month, October of this year, the recommendations will be submitted accordingly. And rest assured that the DDB will submit this to Congress for possible legislative measures in order to amend the current law that we are using. I have also here a copy, Mr. Speaker, of the executive order in order to revise or update
That's for submission to the President.
Yes,
I
for
suppose.
signature of the President, Madam, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, sa PDEA na lang po, just, of course, we have been seeing certain successful drug bust operations. In fact, I wish to commend the PDEA's performance in terms of the number of successful drug bust operations conducted, the significant amount of drugs confiscated, and number of high-profile drug traffickers arrested and convicted. Dapat noon pa po yan ginagawa, yung high-profile drug traffickers, and not yung dinidiskitahan lang, tinatarget lang yung mga maliliit. All of which I understand is already set to exceed the achievements of the previous administration in all its 6 years, in only 3 years of this administration. I hope this is true. Ito po kasi yung research ng staff ko. What I find even more commendable is the significant decrease in the number of deaths in these drug operations, a number less than 5% of the officially recorded number of 6,259 slain suspects, and that is only the official figure, the figure released and acknowledged by the government. But of course, we know that various human rights organizations have a higher, much higher number, between 20,000 to 30,000, and which human rights and civil society groups know is way higher in the drug operations under the previous administration. I'm talking about the number of deaths in these drug operations is actually less than those in the previous administration. Now, gusto ko lang pong malaman, as my last point, what new programs and policies implemented under this administration led to this improved statistics? What specific factors contributed to this improved statistics of PDEA? And as I said, I assume these are verified data.
Salamat po. The new programs and policies implemented by the agency leading to the improved statistics are the following. One, in full compliance with the directive of the President, the agency adheres to a human rights-based approach in all its anti-illegal drug operations. Based on their protocol, if there is death that is initiated in the operation, a motu proprio investigation is mandatory in order to check on the protocol on if it's proper and it's and human rights are secured.
Can this representation po just ask a list of those cases where deaths occurred and are motu proprio investigated, particularly, of course, the specific incidents, the date, the place, and then the status of the investigation?
We will submit that,
If I
Mr.
can have
Speaker,
that, please.
coming from the agency as verified also.
Okay, that's all
Thank
for
you.
me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, and also from the DDB and PDEA families. Mr. Speaker, there being no other members of the minority to interpellate the sponsor, I move to terminate the interpellations on the proposed respective budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the party of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed respective budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed respective budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the interpellation of the proposed respective budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend. Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Salamat po. Salamat po. Salamat sa support.
Mag-binayaran kita sa Ompo. Isitahan ko po. Ako po.
Tia. Tia. Hindi pa pala kayo ready. Tapos padali ka na madali. Tatay ka na. Sino yan? Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you consider the proposed budget of the Games and Amusement Board. Games and Amusement Board, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the officials from the Games and Amusement Board. We have Chairman Francisco J. Rivera, Commissioner Manuel S. Plaza III, Commissioner Angel P. Bautista, Chief Legal Division Attorney Eros Marlo Laeno, Chief Boxing and Other Contact Sports Division Mr. Rodil Manawag, Chief Horse Racing Betting Supervision Division Ms. Virginia Bacasero, OIC Professional Sports and Games Division Mr. Oliver Evangelista, Chief Administrative Officer Mr. Romel Gutierrez, Supervising Administrative Officer Ms. Maria Elvira Petalcorin, and Budget Officer Ms. Josephine A. Coronel.
We'd like to acknowledge our guests from the Games and Amusement Board, headed by their chairman, Attorney Francisco J. Rivera. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Espina to answer questions on behalf of the budget of the Games and Amusement Board.
The Honorable Representative Espina is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, good morning or good afternoon. I am pleased to sponsor the proposed 2026 budget of the Games and Amusement Board, amounting to 151,292,000 pesos. And I'm ready now to answer questions from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Presley De Jesus of PhilReca Party List for his interpellation.
Honorable De Jesus, now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the good sponsor, will yield some questions from this representation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. My first question is about your budget performance. To begin, for the record, how much was the total budget of the Games and Amusement Board for fiscal year 2025, and how much of this was obligated and disbursed as of June 30, 2025, or mid-year? In relation to this, what percentage of the 2025 budget went to regulatory and enforcement functions versus administrative overhead if a large portion is going to be overheard, perhaps we in Congress need to revisit how your budget is structured so more funds directly serve your mandate of regulating professional games.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the GAB's budget utilization rate as of June 2025 is 38.1 with total allotment of 164.6 million and total obligations incurred of 62.552 million. The underspending is primarily attributed to the deferral of ICT projects, which were originally scheduled for implementation in the first semester of 2025, but have been moved to the second semester. Likewise, training programs for GAB personnel, as well as refresher courses and dialogues with the stakeholders were rescheduled to latter half of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. For 2026, how much of your proposed budget is devoted to new or expanded programs versus simply sustaining existing operations? Is the board focusing on forward-looking and adapting to new challenges, such as the emerging esports industry, or are we doing the same thing again for next year?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the whole budget, we have 40.21 for the MOE, 2% for capital outlay, and 57.79% for personnel service. And regarding your question about the esports, can you repeat it, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. As you know, during pandemic, dito po lumabas yung mga esports na yan, lalo na yung sa esports. Can you define what esports is all about?
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung esports po ay nilalaro using computer. At kagaya ng nabanggit nyo kanina, GAB regulates esports, no? And number one is licensing of players and issuing permits for tournaments. So GAB is regulating the esports.
So, in short, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kayo po ang nagre-regulate nito to esports. You know how many kinds of esports we have? Especially sa computer games?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, marami pong klase, no? Ang around 6 to 7 kinds of
Can you name them? At least we have the idea, because for the longest time we never asked the esports since pandemic. So we just want to know, what kind of sports are they, or whatever, what kind of computer games?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for example, we have Mobile Legend, Honor of Kings. Basically, yun lang po ang...
Okay. Are they also, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are they being taxed by the government, or are they also getting license from the PABCOR, or solely for Games and Amusement Board lang?
Solely po, GAB lang po. Sapagkat based on game of skills, not by chance. So, GAB lang po,
Yeah,
Mr.
it's
Speaker.
better.
Your
That's,
Honor.
I like that. That's better on game of skills rather than games of chance. So we regulating them. Do they submit yearly reports to Game and Amusement Board o walang ganun?
Yes po, Your Honor. Nagsasabit po.
So they do submit every
Yes.
year. Is that quarterly by
Every time they have games, they submit records.
Okay, so every event that they held, they have to submit kung ano nangyari doon.
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you,
Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Again, let me move to next topic. As far as the professional licensing and supervision, Mr. Speaker, and of course, Mr. Sponsor, at the core of the board's mandate is its licensing function. So with this mandate, how many professional athletes and other professionals are currently licensed, broken down by sports, as of the latest available data? Ito yung mga professional natin, no? Sports. Basketball, volleyball, soccer.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we have around 10,527 licenses and permits to professional athletes and professional sports events.
Okay.
10,527.
So out of that, how many sports are they belong?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, around 17.
17
Yes.
sports.
Professional sports.
Okay. So includes basketball,
Yes.
women's volleyball.
We can provide you with a list of.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. On the onset, no, as we know, when I was in Cubao, no, in Araneta, nakita ko parang may mga international volleyball players na naglalaro sa atin dito. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor, but they're considered as amateurs.
So, is that amateurs or professionals? O
Amateurs po, dahil hindi po sila nag-secure ng...
so it's a national teams, right? By different countries representing their countries. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
When they come here, are they being sanctioned by the GAB or by the Sports Commission? Sino ang pagpupunta rito sila? Siyempre, they have to reach someone. They have to reach someone from the agency, either the Games Amusement Board, is it the PAGCOR, or just the Philippine Sports Commission?
Dahil po hindi sila kumuha ng... they are considered as amateurs at dahil hindi sila kumuha ng license sa GAB, so fall under the Philippine Sports Commission.
So, under what?
Philippine Sports Commission.
So, wala akong kinalaman ng Games Amusement doon.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Just to be cleared, Mr. Speaker, and of course, Mr. Sponsor. Let me move back to my other question. The reason why I asked that question, all the professional athletes, this number shows us the actual reach of the board's regulatory oversight. If the figure is declining, then perhaps you need stronger outreach or enforcement, which goes into your needed resources from the national government. The reason why I asked this, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor, gusto namin makita yung budget nyo talaga. I know you have only a meager budget. That's why I want to ask you more questions so everybody knows that the Games and Amusement is not about just regulating. No, ang dami nyong hawak na na sports. And when it comes to that, for example, the professional basketball or volleyball players, kapag sila ba ay na-suspend or something na layoff, ano ba ang GAB? May sila po ay nag-a-appeal sa inyo o is within their body lang po, for example, yung PBA?
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, salamat sa tanong mo, no, na makakapabor sa GAB. Pero regarding dun sa concern mo, pag nagkaroon ng problema sa liga, yung liga mismo ang unang dapat mag-ayos. And then pag hindi naayos, tsaka lang ipapanik sa GAB.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied with that question, with that answer. Again, I'll move up to my next question, which is also related, no? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how many professional leagues or tournaments were sanctioned in 2024 and 2025? And how many violations or complaints were filed against promoters, managers, or leagues? If complaints are rising, we also need to inquire with the board if it has the tools to enforce accountability. Ito po yung sinasabi ko na some of the athletes are being exploited, you know? Hindi ho natin maiwasan yan.
Mr. Speaker, and ask for suspension, please.
Session suspended.
2024 po, meron po tayong na-issue na permits 1,517 at ang nabigyan ng ang mga kaso na na-file sa GAB, no? Sa 2024 is 29. At sa 2025, ang nabigyan ng permit is 557 as of June 30 at meron naman pong 13 na complaints. Ito pong nabanggit ko, mga resolved cases na po itong mga complaints. Ang iba po ay pending pa.
Okay. So, usually, when you receive a complaint, how long it takes bago nyo ma-resolve? O is case-to-case basis ba?
Ang target po at least 90 days ma-resolve po ang complaint.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Now, let me move to my next question. As far ito naman, regulatory function natin, no? On the regulatory side, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, how much revenue did the board collect from licenses and regulatory fees in 2024 and in 2025 so far? Congress wants to ensure that the board is maximizing its revenue generating capacity, which can lessen dependence on the national budget. So, that's why we are here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, para malaman natin kung sapat ba sa inyo yung nire-regulate yung income o do you need more budget from the national government?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ito po ang detalye ng mga nakolekta natin at na-remit na sa Bureau of Treasury. In 2023, 10,988,117 pesos. In 2024, 12,925,781 pesos. And January to June of this year, 6,706,479, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. When it comes po sa mga live professional games or even in television, may share ho ba doon ng games and amusement? O wala ho kayong share doon?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron po 3% of gate receipts.
3% po saan yun? Sa live basketball or any sports?
Tickets po. Tickets, Your Honor.
Ticket sales?
Yes.
And how about in television? Or in social media?
Included na po.
Included na.
Tickets and live.
So when you compare your budget that asking in Congress, compare to what you make, no, yung income nyo for the whole year, sino ang mas malaki?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, mas mababa po ang koleksyon compared sa expense dahil ang GAB po regulatory agency lang po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. In light of that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I would like to emphasize that these questions are raised in the spirit of support for the Games and Amusement Board. That being said, subject to the submission of the requested data for the record, this representation expresses full support for the approval of the proposed budget of the Games and Amusement Board for the fiscal year 2026. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, there being no more members or the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the Games and Amusement Board. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberation on the proposed budget of the Games and Amusement Board. I so move.
Congratulations.
There's a motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Games and Amusement Board. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellation of the proposed budget of the Games and Amusement Board is hereby terminated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Game na. Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you consider the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the officials from the Philippine Sports Commission, headed by Chairperson John Patrick Gregorio, Commissioner Matthew Gaston, Commissioner Edward Haico, and Commissioner Walter Torre.
We'd like to acknowledge our guest from the Philippine Sports Commission, headed by their chairperson, John Patrick Gregorio. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jerry Boy Espina from the Lone District of Biliran to answer questions on behalf of the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission.
The representative from Biliran is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this August Chamber, good day. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission for the fiscal year 2026, amounting to 1,001,808,000 pesos. For the information of this August Chamber, there was a recent change in the chairmanship of the PSC as of July 1, 2025, when Patrick Pato Gregorio was appointed to replace Richard Dicky Bachman. This redirected the priorities of the agency for 2026 and signals a significant difference in the budget management and utilization of the agency. As a matter of fact, a 5,000 monthly increase was implemented by the new chair across the board in July of 2025 to support athletes' welfare. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to answer questions from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Journey Jet Nisay of Pusong Pinoy Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Nisay is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, is our dear sponsor open to a few questions?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor, it is notable yung patuloy na pagtaas ng pondo ng PSC. May our dear sponsor explain kung namimit ba natin ang targets sa mga programa at kung sapat ba yung proposed 2026 budget?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, actually, kulang pa nga po yung budget ng PSC. No? Dahil sa discussion namin ng ating bagong chair, the President has given clear directive to our new chairman. Number one, to develop regional training centers with attached sports development programs, including sports education and teachers training. Number two, prioritize a new national grassroots sports development program in cooperation with DepEd.
At sa tingin ko, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kung mapagbabasehan natin yung 2023 GAA, 2024 GAA at 2025 GAA, nakita natin na malaki yung 2023 GAA. Siguro isa rin sa mga dahilan nito, yung pagsali natin sa mga Asian Games, kasabay ng mga Olympic Games, kasabay din ng mga Paralympic Games at iba pa.
Kaya po, kasabay nung SEA Games. Tama po, Your Honor. Kasama po yung SEA Games.
Kaya sa tingin natin, isa ito sa dahilan kung bakit siguro pabago-bago ang pondo. Kaya tama ho kayo. Sa tingin ko din, kailangan mas dagdagan pa ang pondo ng Philippine Sports Commission. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, may our good sponsor reiterate kung paano ginagamit ng PSC ang National Sports Development Fund o NSDF. At anong porsyento ang napupunta sa grassroots, sports development at sa elite athletes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang 60% po ay napupunta sa elite athletes at yung 40% po sa operation, grassroots, operations, and other utilities of PSC.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Gusto lang natin idiin na kailangan hindi lamang po napupunta sa malaking events o national athletes, kundi rin kailangan nating maabot ang mga regional and community level sports development. Kaya ho natin natanong yung mga bagay na to. Gusto ko lang din hong itanong kung ilang porsyento ng pondo ang aktual na ginagamit para sa atleta gaya ng training, nutrition, insurance at international competition at gaano ito ka-epektibo.
Gusto ko lang ipaliwanag, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, out of the NSDF, 1.95 billion as of September of this year, 820 million po ang napunta sa elite programs ng PSC. Composed of 84 NSA. National Sports Associations, 84.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ito po ba yung sa mga training, nutrition, insurance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Tama po yan. Dapat malinaw kung gaano karami sa pondo ang direktang napapakinabangan ng ating mga atleta. At kung ito po ay measurable impact sa performance o development po. At gusto ko lamang ding itanong, ano pong mga proseso o safeguards ang ipinatutupad ng PSC para tiyakin ang malinaw at maayos na auditing ng mga remittances mula sa PAGCOR, PCSO, at iba pang mandated sources at donation. Matatandaan po nung nakaraang budget briefing ng PAGCOR, sinaad po doon na nakapagbibigay sila ng monthly allocated budget na direct PAGCOR to Philippine Sports Commission na nakapagbibigay po sila ng 200 million o lagpas pa kada buwan.
Move for suspension, Speaker.
Session suspended.
Yan eh, di ba? Ito. Hindi yung safeguard. Guard.
Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to once again recognize the Honorable Jeriboy Espina of the Lone District of Biliran to once again sponsor and answer questions on behalf of the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission.
The representative from Biliran is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, regarding to your question, we follow COA Circular 2007-001 regarding the grant of financial assistance to NGOs and NSAs strictly.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya ko po tinatanong ulit yung mga bagay na to. Gusto po natin matiyak na tama at kumpleto ang mga remittances na natatanggap ng PSC. Gusto po natin monthly nakukuha yung tamang pondo para magamit po natin sa mga atleta, lalong-lalo na po sa mga grassroots program po natin. Kaya ho, kinakailangan ho natin itong bantayan at bukod do sa pagbabantay, kailangan din ho natin ng klarong trail ng accountability para sa ganung paraan yung mga agency na nagbibigay po ng pondo ay hindi naman po manghinayang para ho dire-diretso ang pagbibigay po ng pondo sa Philippine Sports Commission. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang tanong ko po, dahil layo natin ng Inclusive National Sports Development, ano ang mga programa at plano ng PSC para sa mga atletang PWDs, kababaihan at indigenous people?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, currently we have programs for GAD, for women, and also indigenous games is ongoing all over the country. And for the PWD also.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nabanggit niyo po yung PWDs. May bilang ho ba kayo kung gaano karaming athletes ang napapadala natin sa mga international events?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, nasa 375 po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Gusto ko lamang din nung itanong kung ano po yung sinasagawa ng PSC para matiyak ang gender equality sa sports mula sa athlete recruitment hanggang sa leadership at coaching positions.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we conduct safe sports for women, including the children especially.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may bilang din ho ba tayo ng mga kababaihang atleta at coaches sa national pool?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa ngayon po, meron po tayong 687 women's athletes.
Women's national. At meron din po ba itong gender sensitivity training sa PSC at sa mga NSA o National Sports Associations?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under Commissioner Bongko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Pagdating naman po sa mga sports facilities, ano ang estado ng mga sports facilities na pinamamahalaan ng PSC? At ano ang mga long-term infrastructure plan para sa mga ito? Dahil base po sa NEP, may proposed 200 million at 280 million kayo na construction at rehab ng Rizal Memorial Sports Complex. May plano rin ba ang PSC na maglaan sa iba pang sports facilities?
Meron po tayong, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron po tayong creation of regional training centers. Tama po yan sa isang directive ng ating Pangulo to develop regional training centers. At ongoing din po yung mga rehabilitation ng ating mga current sports facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Tama po kayo. Ito po ay direktiba ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Kaya po kung mamarapatin po ninyo, baka naman po pwede pa nating dagdagan yung mga sports facilities sa ating bansa. Baka naman po pwedeng tingnan natin bawat region, tingnan po natin ang bilang, at tingnan po natin kung ano po yung sports development program na malakas sa bawat rehiyon. Baka naman po ito po yung pagtuunan natin ng pansin, lalong-lalo na po yung pagdagdag ng mga sports facilities.
Salamat po, Your Honor, sa pagpapakita ng suporta. Actually, ang kailangan natin yung regional training centers po. Pero currently, ginagawa po ang Rizal Baseball Field at yung mga dormitories sa field sports.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may we also know kung ano po ang update sa Philippine Sports Training Center, pati na rin sa planong paglipat nito sa Clark, Pampanga, which was initially planned na mailagay sa Bagak, Bataan?
Yung sa Bataan po, gagawin pong regional training sa mga racket sports. Yun po ang plano ng PSC. At sa Candon City sa Ilocos para sa archery. Sa Bukidnon po, boxing. Among others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Sa Bataan po, meron pa po tayong allocated na 25 hectares na 25 hectares na pwede ho nating magamit. At gusto ko lamang
Yes, Your Honor.
gusto ko lamang din hong tanungin po sa PSC kung paano po nakakatulong tayo sa local government units, pati na rin sa DepEd at CHED, pagdating sa mga grassroots sports development at talent identification.
Parte po sa DepEd, meron po tayong na-identify na 300 school for sports. Sa DLG naman po, yung mga Batang Pinoy, tsaka yung mga inter-barangay.
May mga LGU po ba kayo o mga aktibong partnership na direkta po sa PSC?
Yes, Your Honor.
May pondo rin po bang direkta sa mga local sports councils para sa grassroots program?
Yes, Mr. Honor, we provide financial assistance. Sa ngayon po, katatapos lang ng partnership with Pangasinan Port Summit.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa palagay ko din po, it's high time na po para ho matulungan natin yung palarong pambansa. Para naman ho makita ho natin yung mga kabataan, yung talento ng mga kabataan, at matulungan din ho natin to sa kanilang pangarap, lalo na pagdating sa sports.
Yes, Your Honor. I agree. Dapat po, paigtingin natin yung collaboration ng PSC at DepEd para makamit po natin yung gusto nating mangyari.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, siguro ho tapusin ko na ho yung aking katanungan. Bilang isa ring atleta at patuloy na nagsusulong ng kalusugan sa pamagitan ng sports at active lifestyle, this representation manifests full support for the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. Ang pondo ng PSC ay hindi lamang para sa ating mga atleta, kundi pa rin sa mga kabataan at sa mga may talento na nangangarap na ibandera ang husay ng ating bansa. At para rin sa isang henerasyong malusog, masigla, at nagkakaisa sa pamamagitan ng sports. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate, I move that we recognize the Honorable Percy Sandanya of the Akbayan Party List.
The Honorable Percy Saldana is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleague. Before I make the motion, as I am the last in the list from the minority, just a very quick point about the Championing the Filipino Athlete program of the PSC. May the good sponsor inform us about the background of this program.
Can you...
Again, that's the Championing the Filipino Athlete program, which was launched, I believe, in August of this year.
Ito po yung support ng mga korporasyon sa sport at yun po ang tawag nila doon. Championing the athlete.
Under this program, there's a partnership between the PSC and Maya. May we know about the arrangements made in this partnership between your agency and this private institution?
Maya is sponsoring the e-wallet for the athletes, and there's no cost to the government.
Yes, I understand that there is no cost to the government, and Maya will serve as a disbursing facility for the allowances to our athletes under the NSAs. Ang tanong lang po ay, did we seek out other proposals from other similar apps before engaging in this partnership with Maya?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, actually, in-offer po natin ito, pero ang Maya lang ang nag-reply.
So just to make a very quick clarification, so nag-issue po tayo ng call to other similar facilities from the private sector. Maya lang po yung taker, ganun po ba?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, Maya po ang nag-offer sa atin.
So, tama po ba, Maya po ang nag-offer ng service sa PSC at nag-enter po tayo into partnership without exploring possibilities or better options from other facilities? Ganun po ba yung nangyari?
Lahat naman po ng gustong tumulong sa PSC ay welcome.
Nauunawaan po natin na sa isang ahensya na talaga po nangangailangan ng maraming resources para po sa atletang Pilipino, tinatanggap natin lahat ng tulong. Pero mahalaga din po sana na we explore other options beyond what is being offered to us. Baka po makakuha tayo ng mas magandang offer for our Filipino athlete. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, there being no other member of the minority who wish to interpolate, I move to terminate the sponsorship and deliberation on the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the inquiries on the budget, on the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission.
There's a motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the interpellation of the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Meron pa isa. Sige, okay. Sige.
Na lang.
Okay na.
na ako.
Proceed.
Philippine Racing Commission. Tapos na ako.
Nakakain na ako.
Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we acknowledge our guests from the Philippine Racing Commission, headed by Chairman Aurelio P. De Leon and Executive Director Ronald A. Corpuz.
We'd like to acknowledge our guest from the Philippine Racing Commission, Chairman Aurelio P. De Leon and Executive Director Ronald A. Cruz. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Jerry Boy Espina from the Lone District of Biliran to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission.
The representative from Biliran is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member of this August Chamber, good day po. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission for the fiscal year 2026, amounting to 199,765,000 pesos. The Commission takes pride in presenting the vital contributions of the horse racing industry to Philippine society. Over the past 5 years, the industry has shown remarkable resilience and steady growth, reaching 5.28 billion in sales and 945 million in government revenues in 2024. For 2026, revenues are projected to rise 1.5 billion, underscoring the industry's strength as both a cultural tradition and a reliable economic driver. Beyond revenues, the sector sustains thousands of local and overseas workers and supports a wide network of industries. Mr. Speaker, I'm now ready to answer a question from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Presley De Jesus of Pilreca Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Representative from Philreca Party List is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. May the good sponsor yield some questions from this representation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Before I ask the technical issues, may I first ask the distinguished sponsor, is the Philippine horse racing industry still relevant today, both as a sport and an economic driver, considering the rise of other forms of gaming and entertainment?
Sa totoo lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, talagang napakalaki po ng naiaambag ng horse racing, no? Bukod sa revenue na naibibigay sa ating gobyerno, pati po yung trabaho, no? Direct and indirect sa ating mga kababayan. Sa ngayon po, nasa almost 5,000 ang mga empleyado ng Philracom.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ilan ho ba ang hinihinging budget at ilan ho ba yung nare-remit nyo, I know you are income generating because of those races, may taxes kayong sinisingil. So gusto ko lang ikumpara yung budget na binibigay sa inyo ng national and of course yung nire-remit nyo sa National Treasury. Do you have the figure for that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang hinihingi po nating budget, always po, palaging masasabi po nating maliit yung budget na naibibigay sa PhilRacom, parang nasa 1:5 ang ratio dahil halos times 5 ang naibabalik na revenue sa ating bansa. At based sa ating chairman, pataas ito ng pataas. At itong 2000 base po sa ating chairman, 1:5 today and might be 1:7 in the future. So maliit po ang nakukuhang pondo ng PhilRacom, pero malaki po ang naibabalik na revenue sa ating bansa.
Mr. Speaker, nakakaawa naman ng Philippine Racing Commission kung ang budget nila is only 1/5 compared to what they return to the National Treasury natin. So in that meager amount, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, paano nyo po nagiging competitive ang mga horse racing industry natin? Especially, you can watch in United States, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness Derby, even the Belmont Derby, even in Japan, no? Because in the Philippines, napapanood na natin yan. So how can we be competitive? Kumpara mo sa kanila kung ang budget nyo is only 1/5 to what you return to the National Treasury. Ano ba mga ginagawa nyo to make sure to stay competitively globally? I'm not talking only in the Philippines, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, PhilRacom continues to strengthen its relevance by fostering strong international connections and promoting local initiatives. As a member of the International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities, Forum for the Aftercare of the Racehorses, aligned with global standards and innovations, domestically, we have successfully organized a local horse racing expo annually for 3 consecutive years. Likewise, the Horse Racing Hall of Fame, which we have already held 3 times, serves as a prestigious platform to honor significant contributors and elevate industry recognition. These efforts demonstrate PhilRacom's proactive approach to staying relevant in a competitive global landscape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. No, let me go back to a follow-up question. No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Based on the Commission on Audit's findings, the reported accomplishments for the horse racing incentive program in 2023 were merely estimates and not actual figures. How can we be assured that PhilRacom is faithfully carrying out its mandate when accomplishment reports themselves lack accuracy and reliability? Kayo ba, ang COA po, ay lagi ho kayo in-audit, alam naman natin because you're part of the national government. Kayo ba ay nagko-comply? Considering the fact na ang ating industry, I may consider it sa dying industry na po ang horse racing because, as you know, globally talaga, yun na po yung pinapanood because of the social media at international TV.
Sa ngayon po, masasabing accurate na po ang magiging report dahil kinukuha na po sa Games and Amusement Board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Maybe this will be my last question. Based on the ito po nga ating industry ngayon, no, na kinagagalawan, especially yung mga big derbies nyo. How many derbies do you have in a year?
Mga stakes races po ba? Around 40 stakes races per year.
Every year. And when it comes to the prices, can we consider it competitive globally so we can invite some horses from the other country, maybe Asian country, to compete here para lumaki rin ang inyong revenue. Kung kayo lang naglalaban-laban, hindi lalago ang atin. Unlike in Japan, nag-iimbita sila. Do you do the same thing? Do you invite foreign horses or foreign stakeholders to compete here in our country?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa ngayon po, 125 million yung nilalaro natin para gabing papremyo. And okay, so 125 million from the budget and yung iba po galing sa sales. So malayo pa po kung babanggitin nyo compared sa ibang bansa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your representation truly...
Kasi po, klaro naman po na maliit ang pondo ng Fidracom, pero malaki ang naibabalik sa gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng revenues. So masasabi natin, more funding, more revenues.
Thank you. No, I fully support...
Yung ratio po, talagang pataas. Klaro naman po sa data dito na talagang simula nung 2020, kahit pandemic, up to the present, talagang pataas po ang revenue. Pagpapakita lang po ito na ang horse racing sa atin, mahal ng mga Pilipino dahil isa to naging kultura na, no, ng mga Pilipino yung love sa horse racing.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. No? And of course, our Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. I'm with you. No? Dapat palakasin natin to. Especially, you are contributing to the national government. Imagine, out of your income, 1/5 lang ang binibigay sa atin compare na ibinabalik nyo almost 4/5 sa ating gobyerno. In fact, sa ginagawa nyo yan, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pinapakita na with the meager funds ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang inyong programa. Mr. Speaker, I am with them to increase their budget kasi talaga the horse racing, it's been there since time immemorial. So kailangan natin tulungan ang industry nito. For me, it's a dying industry. And ako, maalala ko, nung malit ako, I was living in Blumentritt. Nandun na yung San Lazaro, Santa Ana. Now, they move in
Batangas.
In Batangas, no? Naalala ko, si Skywalker, Fair and Square, yan ang mga kabayo noon. Na nakikita ko yan. Pero ngayon, mukhang dying na because we cannot compete globally. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, since there being no more members for the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the Philippine Racing Commission. Congratulations to the family. Thank you very much po sa PIRRACOM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the deliberation on the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission.
There is a motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the interpellation of the proposed budget of the Philippine Racing Commission is now terminated. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
session suspended.
Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of Agrarian Reform. They are as follows: Secretary Conrado Estrada III, Undersecretary Attorney Quezal Celeste, Undersecretary Attorney Napoleon Galit, Undersecretary Joseph Angelo Martires, Undersecretary Amihilda Sangcopan, Undersecretary Rowena Taduran, Undersecretary Lani De Leon, Undersecretary Jesri Palmares, Assistant Secretary Attorney Marjorie Aison, Assistant Secretary Attorney Facundo Palafox V, Assistant Secretary Attorney Virgilio Mendez, Assistant Secretary James Arsenio Ponce, Assistant Secretary Attorney Quintin Magsico Jr., Assistant Secretary Vinci Beltran, Assistant Secretary Jose Genil de Morito, Assistant Secretary Rodolfo Castil, Assistant Secretary Sadiarin Ubaldo Jr., and Assistant Secretary Rene Holocar, Mr. Speaker.
To the Department of Agrarian and Reform, led by Secretary Conrado M. Estrella III, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may request for suspension.
Session suspended. Okay, Sessions assumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to open take into consideration the Department of Agrarian Reform budget, please.
Sorry, can you repeat?
May request to, I move to take into consideration the budget of Department of Agrarian Reform, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Said motion is now approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the first interpellator from the minority. She is Representative Sara Jane Alago from the party list Gabriela Women's Party.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the sponsor of the Department of Agrarian Reform. He is Representative Vice Chairperson Ian D. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The chair acknowledges the sponsor, Vice Chairman Paul LD. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, please recognize the first interpellator. Majority Leader. Please recognize. Can you move to recognize the first interpellator? Majority Leader.
Hello. Hi, Mr. Speaker. Of course, to the Secretary Conrad Estrella III of the Department of Agrarian Reform, and to all his colleagues and to colleagues here today, good afternoon, everyone. May I give my sponsorship speech now? Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues in this august chamber, I rise today to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform for fiscal year 2026, a budget that represents lives, communities, and a national promise that has taken decades to fulfill. Agrarian reform is not simply a government program. It is, at its heart, an instrument of justice. It is our collective effort to correct deep historical inequities and to empower the very people who feed this nation, our farmers. When we provide land titles, when we condone debts that have trapped families in poverty, when we build roads, irrigation systems, and support services, we are not just improving economic outputs, we are investing in dignity, in security, and in rural hope. Allow me to ground this sponsorship in reality, because DAR is not a department that deals in theory, it delivers. In 2024 alone, the department distributed over 136,000 land titles covering 164,000 hectares to nearly 139,000 agrarian reform beneficiaries. These are not abstract numbers. These are families who now wake up each day with certainty about their land and their future. The department also resolved over 116,000 agrarian-related cases, significantly unblocking legal obstacles that have long delayed the realization of land rights. Infrastructure, too, saw measurable progress. From 2022 to present, a total of 176 irrigation systems and 344 farm-to-market roads were completed, reducing transport costs and improving yields and market access for farmers in some of the most remote areas of our country. The impact of these initiatives ripples beyond the farm. Through Republic Act 11953, or the new Agrarian Emancipation Act, DAR has issued hundreds of thousands of certificates of condonation and release of mortgage, which are known as COCROMs, relieving agrarian reform beneficiaries from decades of unpaid amortizations, interests, and surcharges. In real terms, this means that thousands of farmers and their families are no longer burdened by inherited debt and can now move forward with their lives, their land free of encumbrance. We also saw the agency deepen its partnerships with other government institutions, including digital transformation initiatives with the Department of Budget and Management, and the launch of the Vista Project, a multi-year international collaboration aimed at strengthening value chains in agrarian reform communities, with a strong focus on sustainability, youth engagement, and inclusion of indigenous peoples. These are clear signs that DAR is delivering, not only on its mandate, but on its potential. That is why the fiscal year 2026 budget is so critical. It is not simply about maintaining momentum, it is about meeting the full measure of this institution's responsibility in the year ahead. DAR aims to accelerate land distribution and titling, including the parcelation of collective certificates of land ownership awards, the CLOAs, and the continued conversion of these into individual e-titles under the SPLIT project. The department will continue to implement the new Agrarian Emancipation Act, ensuring that all eligible ARBs receive certificates of condonation with release of mortgage. Equally important is the scale-up of support services to farm-to-market roads, bridges, irrigation systems, post-harvest facilities, and improved access to credit and financing, all of which are essential to transform land ownership into productive and sustainable livelihoods. Moreover, DAR must be equipped to fully resolve the remaining backlog of agrarian-related legal disputes. A title, after all, is only as secure as the legal system that defends it. Alongside this, digitalization efforts must continue, not just to improve service delivery, but to build transparency, accountability, and efficiency into the system. This includes investments in data systems, automated workflows, and the use of digital tools in surveying, adjudication, and land management. Mr. Speaker, this is the final stretch. The President has set a goal to complete the distribution of land under agrarian reform by 2028. The years 2026 to 2028 will be decisive. If we want to see the administration's commitment fulfilled, then now is the time to invest fully, not only in the land, but in the services, systems, and the people that will carry this vision to the finish line. I therefore call on this esteemed body to approve in full the proposed budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform for fiscal year 2026, amounting to 17.395 billion. Let us now not allow administrative delays or fiscal caution to derail the promise that is finally within reach. This is not just about land, it is about justice, productivity, food security, and above all, human dignity. We owe it to our own farmers. We owe it to our nation. Let us make 2026 a year of delivery, of completion, and of transformation in our rural communities para sa bagong Pilipinas. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Sarah Jane Elago of Gabriela Women's Party party list to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform.
The Honorable Elago is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bukas ho ba ang ating Mr. Sponsor sa pagsagot ng ilang katanungan mula sa representasyon na ito mula sa mga kababaihan?
Opo. Yes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Tulad ng nasabi ng ating ginoong sponsor, napakahalaga ng reformang agraryo para sa social justice, para sa seguridad sa pagkain, at para sa pambansang kaunlaran at pagtitiyak ng maayos na buhay para sa ating mga mamamayang Pilipino. At nasa gitna ng reformang agraryo ang kalagayan at karapatan mismo ng mga magsasaka, lalong-lalo na ang kanilang mga lupa. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, sa pagbibigay ng lupa sa ating mga magsasaka at pagbibigay rin ng sapat na suporta sa kanila, masisigurado natin ang pagkakaroon ng seguridad sa pagkain para sa bawat mesa ng mamamayang Pilipino. Ngunit sa kasalukuyan, marami ring natatanggap na ulat ang representasyon na ito tungkol sa nagiging mga problema, iba't ibang mga issue na may kinalaman sa land use conversion na nagdudulot ng displacement ng ating mga magsasaka. Mr. Speaker, noong 2019, may binuo ang DAR na Interagency Task Force para streamline ang proseso ng land use conversion. Kasama rito ang DAR, ang DILG, DA, at ang Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board. Mr. Sponsor, maaari bang malaman ang pinakahuling report ng task force na ito tungkol sa ilang ektarya na ng lupa ang sumailalim sa land use conversion o pagpapalit gamit ng lupa? Maaari din ba nating malaman, Mr. Speaker, kung ilang ektarya mula sa agricultural lands ang napunta sa residential, commercial, at industrial use?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, yes, there was a total area of 14,333.963 hectares, 9639 hectares that were proposed for total area applied for land conversion. And there were 13,714.2115 hectares that were approved for conversion for industrial power projects, agro-industrial, residential socialized housing, residential 4PH, regular residential, regular industrial, commercial, and institutional land conversion.
Mr. Speaker, sa ilang libo na yan, saang mga rehiyon ang pinakamalaking mga bilang ng ektarya ang sumailalim ng pagpapalit gamit ng lupa?
Okay, the biggest ones are for the industrial power project, which totals up to 9,874.491.16 hectares for renewable energy. So mostly
Mr. Speaker,
for solar projects that they go into JV with
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may we know again the top 3 regions which have the most number of hectares converted through the land use
The
conversion?
second one would be regular residential, which is 1,416.5765 hectares. And the second one would be other non-agricultural use, which is mixed use, which is 2,204 hectares, 0.387.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, this representation would appreciate the submission of the breakdown of the DAR conversion clearance per use as manifested by Mr. Sponsor, but I was asking about the top 3 regions.
Oh, top 3
Yes. Which have the most number of hectares, which have undergone land use conversion.
Okay, so the 3 top areas are Region 3, CAR, and Region 6.
That would be Region 3, then
CAR
CAR,
and Region 6.
Region 6.
Yes.
Nabanggit, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang Gitnang Luzon bilang numero 1 na rehiyon pagdating sa bilang ng mga ektarya na nagkaroon ng mga pagpapalit ng lupa mula sa ating agricultural lands. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa pag-aaral at sa kaalaman ng DAR, ano ba ang lugar ng Central Luzon pagdating sa pagtitiyak ng access sa murang pagkain, sa pagtitiyak ng soberanya sa pagkain sa ating bansa? Ito nga ay natuguran pa na rice granary at talagang napakarami nating mga kinukuhang supply ng bigas mula sa rehiyon na ito. Ano po ba ang posisyon ng Region 3 when it comes to ensuring
Nueva Ecija would be the primary producing region of Region 3. So that's where, yeah, the rice would be coming from.
Nueva Ecija. Alright, number 1 po yan. And sa mga ulat po no, na nakalap ng representation na ito mula sa ating mga consultations sa farmers, meron pong ilang mga proyekto na nakaapekto sa kanilang mga lupa na may kinalaman doon sa mga nadaanan na mga proyekto o yung mga napalitan, no, yung paggamit ng lupa na nakapag-displace talaga ng mga farmers. Paano po ba ang proseso ng DAR sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya para matiyak yung kalagayan ng ating mga magsasaka na nabibigyan sila ng suporta o hindi naaapektuhan o hindi man maapektuhan no, yung kanilang pangunahing kabuhayan sa pagsasaka?
Mr. Speaker, well, the land conversion is not allowed for 5 years. And that protects the farmers that they can't convert their land into other use, especially and the non-negotiable if it's either being irrigated or irrigable with a firm funding commitment. So all the lands that we have that have irrigation and have been used for farming cannot be converted, and the ones that can, it still has to go through the Composition of Land Use Cases Committee with DAR, and it has to be approved not by the chairman but by the committee, vice chairperson, and 3 members to safeguard our farmers from being thrown off or being mishandled or moved and replaced. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so sa parte po ng DAR, ano yung mga proyekto na naaprubahan, na dumaan sa proseso na ito na naipaliwanag ng ating ginoong sponsor?
So for most of them that were converted, most of it, 90%, was through the renewable energy. So yeah, so mostly solar power.
Mr. Speaker, saang lugar po ito ginoong sponsor?
Most of it are in Pangasinan, Ilocos region. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maghihingi ho tayo ng ulat mula sa ating ginoong sponsor tungkol sa mga proyekto na ito na nabigyan ng DAR conversion clearance. Mr. Speaker, paano naman yung mga applications na mga special projects undertaking which are critically important? Sang-ayon sa administration order ng DAR na nilabas tungkol sa land use conversion, may mga particular na mga proyekto kayong papayagan. Kapag sa pag-atimbang ninyo ay bagamat meron itong epekto sa agrikultura, ayan, ay meron namang mabibigay din na benepisyo sa ibang sektor o sa ibang mga programa para sa ating mga kababayan. How many projects are or how many applications are currently in the DAR under this special undertakings which are considered critically important?
As of now, there are no pending applications at the moment, according to DAR.
So no pending applications?
No pending.
No pending applications. Okay. Mr. Speaker, what is the total number now of the conversion applications before DAR or the number of DAR conversion clearances issued from the year 2016 to 2025?
The transfer clearance has roughly been 80% has been issued. So 80% of the total 14,333 hectares.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, manghihingi ho tayo ng listahan ng mga
We
nabigyan
will furnish
ng
you
DAR conversion
with all the
clearance.
copies of what you've asked for
All right.
from
Sa bahagi po na ng DAR, dahil dito sa mga nabigay natin ng mga DAR conversion clearance, meron bang mga pag-aaral tungkol sa mga potential impact nito on rice production and food security?
Marami po.
Yes. Can the sponsor relate to us the general findings of this study?
The support for our farmers is continuing. So support of the services is continuing to enhance the production of rice. So we are still working on it and finding out what numbers to fully, and we will, like I said, that number is not in front of me now, and we will furnish you with whatever you need after this meeting.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tungkol din sa mga epekto sa mga magsasaka, meron din tayong natanggap na ulat mula naman sa kilusang magbubukid ng Pilipinas tungkol doon sa land use conversion sa gitnang Luzon. At meron silang mga reports, halimbawa, yung mga displaced na farmers na nadaanan ng Central Luzon Link Expressway na umabot sa 200 hectares ng rice fields yung naipaulat na nadaanan o naapektuhan. Meron ding mga ulat ng disrupted irrigation systems at ulat ng heightened flooding risk sa Nueva Ecija. Sa bahagi po ba ng DAR, nagkaroon na ng mga dialogo o nag-host ng mga konsultasyon para maalam kung ano nga ba ang kalagayan at epekto sa mga magsasaka ng particular na proyekto na nabanggit ng ating representasyon?
As of what I know, every time there's something, another agency that interferes with the DAR land, they have consultations, ongoing talks with the people to get the best for those farmers and best results for our farmers without losing much of our agricultural land. So there has been a lot of talks with our farmers.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, saan sa item dito sa DAR pumapasok yung mga pondo para sa pagsuporta sa mga makabuluhan na konsultasyon para sa ating mga magsasaka?
It goes into the social services fund of DAR. So the support for our legal services that DAR can provide to help our farmers get the best help for their situation at the time. So it's a case-to-case basis. So DAR has a good legal team to support all of this, and I think they have done a good record in doing so in the past 3 years. So,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, paano naman yung mga support services dito sa mga nabanggit natin na mga affected na mga magsasaka na handa rin ang representasyon na ito na magbukas pa ng mas maraming mga dialogo kasama ang Department of Agrarian Reform para maipaabot ang kanilang mga issues at mga concerns para sa land use conversion. Asa ngayon ba, kapag lumapit ang ating mga magsasaka hinggil dito sa kanilang mga hinaing ng displacement at mga disruption sa kanilang kabuhayan, meron bang mga support services din para sila ay yung kanilang mga pangangailangan ay mapunan sa agaran?
okay. So yes, ma'am. Yes, a lot of there are not a lot of people that are displaced with programs of DAR because most of their applicants still come from the ARBs. So they support their own, and they have such a good working model that it helps our farmers get over the problems that they arise during different problems with the land. So yes, they have enough services to support, but in addition, the question is solely based on the lack of budget for the Department of Agrarian Reform because we need more for our services, especially our law and our what do you call it, our legal services, so that we can help them more. Yes. Okay. So in addition to this, all the details of all the information that you asked for will be provided for you tomorrow, and if that's okay with your body.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi malinaw kung ano ba yung mga available na mga
Legal service.
support services dito sa mga displaced farmers. Ayan. Nandyan yung pwedeng access sa legal assistance, pero marami dun sa mga magsasaka na nag-uulat ng kanilang kalagayan. Ang suliranin talaga nila ay yung kabuhayan, na saan sila kukuha sa pang-araw-araw o paano nila mapagpapatuloy yung kanilang kabuhayan bilang pang-suporta din sa kanilang mga pamilya. Diba? Kaya, ano pa po ba yung mga proposal kung may pondo na o yung mga existing programs na may pondo na para suportahan itong mga displaced farmers na ito?
Okay. DAR supports them with institutional and organizational development capacity building programs, which is training, bookkeeping, management, cooperative development. They have enterprise development support, which is coaching and mentoring on agribusiness value chain participation and market linkages, which also covers village-level processing centers, facilities for small-scale processing or agricultural products, marketing assistance, which is linking ARBOs with government feeding programs and private sector buyers. And we have the linking the government agencies and the private sector to leverage technical expertise, resources, and partnerships, collaborations with DA, DNR, DTI, DOLE, CDA, the LGUs, and CSR for private companies, and to align support services under the whole of government approach. And this is the reason why, even though we put a budget right now for DAR, we still believe that it is insufficient, because if we're doing this for all the farmers, and last time I checked, if you put in the budget of DAR and you put it to all the farmers, it's only 300 pesos, 14 pesos per year ang natatanggap ng isang beneficiary. So napakakulang po ito to do all of these all of these services that they provide. Especially, it needs a lot of manpower, a lot of legal, a lot of lawyers, and a lot of help from our government, and we are totally underfunded. And for DAR, an agency whose track record since 2022 has been impeccable, and with doing it underfunding is a very commendable thing. And I agree with you, ma'am, that we need more of these services for our farmers, so that the 10 years that they get to own their property can be passed on generations longer than the actual 10 years.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nabanggit ng ating Mr. Sponsor yung tukol dun sa mga sa maliit, no, napakababa na suporta para sa ating mga magsasaka. Lalong-lalo na ngayon na marami ding nagiging biktima at talagang napaka-vulnerable sa mga kalamidad, no? Nang hindi pa nga sila nakakapag-ani, no, kapag nasira na ang kanilang mga pananim, talagang lubog na lubog pa sa utang ang ating mga magsasaka. Ayan. Kaya sa tingin natin, napakahalaga na tiyakin, no, na pagdating sa mga land use conversion, hindi lang tayo mas magiging mahigpit, no, pero dapat bibigyan natin ng pangunahing importansya ang kalagayan at karapatan ng ating mga magsasaka. Dagdag dyan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nakasama din sa ulat ng Department of Agrarian Reform ang tungkol sa mga accomplishments pagdating sa farm-to-market roads. At sa katunayan, sa ulat na binigay sa atin ng Budget Amendment, our Review Subcommittee, dadagdagan ng 8 billion pesos. Nasa 8 billion pesos ang mga farm-to-market roads. Ito bang mga proposals na ito? As I understand, Mr. Speaker, this came from institutional amendments. Nanggaling ba ito mula sa DAR o nanggaling sa DA? Yung 8 billion pesos
That
na
comes from
additional.
DA.
Nanggaling ko sa DA.
Yes.
What is the input, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, of DAR with regard to the implementation, the proposed implementation of this farm-to-market roads worth 8 billion pesos.
Okay. Okay, so we are bound, the DAR is bound by their beneficiaries on where to put the farm-to-market roads to better improve the lives of the ARBs of DAR. So your question is, yes, the funding comes from DA and all of that, but DAR looks for areas to further improve the lives of its ARBs with putting the farm-to-market roads to more accessible areas for our beneficiaries.
Mr. Speaker, napakahalaga talaga ng kalsada para sa ating mga magsasaka, no? Para matiyak na yung kanilang mga naaani, ang kanilang mga pananim ay nakakarating, no, sa ating mga merkado, nakakarating sa mga tahanan, nakakarating sa iba't ibang mga sektor na kinakailangan, no, para mapunan yung pangangailangan sa pagkain. Ngunit at nasiwalat na nga na kung gaano marami sa mga road infrastructure projects na ito ay hindi naman talaga napupunta doon sa mga dapat na mga benepisyaryo o kaya naman nagkakaroon din ng mga ghost projects o mga substandard na mga tipo ng mga proyekto. Sa obserbasyon ba ng DAR, meron ba kayong mga natatanggap na ganito tipo ng mga ulat?
I will be very happy to say that the Department of Agrarian Reform has 0 ghost projects and has been very transparent, pretty transparent on their utilization of their funds.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, natanong po natin ito kasi hindi ba mas mainam kung yung dagdag na 8 billion pesos para dun sa farm-to-market roads? Although, Mr. Speaker, we have yet to see the breakdown of this 8 billion pesos realigned, no, to support services for farmers. Para naman mataasan natin yung 310 pesos per year sa mga magsasaka na sobrang kulang na kulang yun, no? Para dun sa pagpapaunlad ng kanilang pagsasaka. Napakaliit nun kumpara dun sa pangangailangan nila, no, para sa pangkapital. Ayan, kaya hindi ba dapat meron din tayong pagtutulak sa bahagi naman ng DAR pagdating sa pagpapataas ng support services para sa ating mga farmers?
Yes, I totally agree. And right now, the budget of DAR, most of it has been put into social services and MOE, right? So most of it doesn't get used for that specific intention that you mentioned. But yes, I agree that we should have more budget to push for the farmers to actually have more of a livelihood, to get them started while owning their land that's been given to them by our government.
Mr. Speaker, tumaas na ng higit 5 billion pesos ang pondo ng DAR para sa 2026. Ano pa yung mga line items na pinasa nyo sa BARC for consideration na may kinalaman sa pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga magsasaka para, katulad ng nasabi ninyo, makumpleto talaga natin. Hindi lang yung pamamahagi ng lupa, pero yung hanggang sa pagpapayabong nila ng lupa, pagpapalaki nito, at pagtitiyak na makakatulong sa kabuhayan nila mismo, mga magsasaka.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the budget amendments review, the subcommittee, the BAR's endorsement, there were 2 things that we put the 600 million additional funding for the Land Tenure Security Program, which is landowners' compensation by Land Bank of the Philippines, the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program, which climate resilient farm productivity support of 250 million, and where is that? And of course, yes, the support to the regular budget that was already there and put into record.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, manghihingi ho tayo ng kopya ng mga amendments na yan
Yes.
para makatulong tayo sa pagtutulak. Ngunit,
Everything you ask for, we will give by tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am.
ngunit bukod dyan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, would DAR consider forming a special task force on the issues being raised by farmers in relation to land use conversion and the issuance of DAR conversion clearance?
Yes, we will give all the data for tomorrow. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, when can we expect
For
the
tomorrow
formation
morning?
of this?
Will be okay with your body? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we'd expect from the DAR family the timeline for the formation of this special task force. And we hope that we can not only resolve, but really address the issues and concerns raised by the displaced farmers because of land use conversion. And my last question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what have been the efforts of the Department of Agrarian Reform in terms of supporting a genuine agrarian reform bill, not only here in the House of Representatives but in the Senate? Kumusta po ang effort talaga natin sa pagtutulak para mas mapaiting pa at sa katuparan talaga ang tunay na reforma sa lupa para sa ating mga magsasaka? I raised this, Mr. Speaker, kasi dun sa dami ng mga natalakay natin ng mga items, support services, at iba pang mga pangailangan ng ating mga magsasaka, hindi ba kailangan na hindi lang yung pagtutulak natin dito sa Kongreso, kundi ng isa ng batas, na magsasakatuparan talaga ng tunay na reforma sa lupa bilang isang tool for social justice at pagtitiyak ng rural development, pagtugon sa food sovereignty at iba pang mga pangangailangan ng ating bansa?
Okay. One of the important ones was the condonation law, the Republic Act 11953, where it targeted 720,339 cockerums distributed, and the accomplishment is 418,595. So these types of Republic Acts that help our farmers, and hopefully if we can work together as a full house to do more for the Department of Agrarian Reform, we would much love your support and your help to change the land titles to be actual generational farming for our people that can feed our people for the next 50 to 100 years. So thank you for all your questions, ma'am. And I know there are things that you could help us with to further push the government's projects and the president's goal to make our farmers sustainable for the future.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Magpapatuloy ang ating laban para sa tunay na reforma sa lupa. At sa ngayon, tiyakin natin ang lahat ng mga issues ng ating mga magsasaka na pag-uusapan, nabibigyan natin ng karampatang aksyon. At napakahalaga ng budget na ito para mabigay talaga ang ating all-out support para sa mga nagtitiyak ng pagkain sa ating mesa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat,
Maraming
Mr.
salamat
Sponsor.
po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Elijah San Fernando of Party List Kamang Kagawa.
The Honorable San Fernando is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor at sa ating DAR family, magandang hapon po. Ang ginoong sponsor ho ba ay bukas sa ilan at kaunti lang naman na clarificatory questions.
Could you repeat po? I didn't hear you.
Bukas ho ba kayo sa clarificatory questions, ginoong
Yes,
speaker,
sir.
ginoong sponsor? Maraming salamat po. Ginoong sponsor, ginoong speaker, ang sabi ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos noong February 16, 2024 sa kanyang speech noong nag-distribute ng land titles sa 3,184 agrarian reform beneficiaries sa Caraga region ay, and I quote, ayoko ng band-aid solution. Ang hanap ko ay permanenteng lunas Layunin kong matapos ang pamamahagi ng lupang saklaw ng Agrarian Reform Program bago matapos ang aking termino. End of quote. My question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, President Marcos promised to complete the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program or CARP land distribution by the end of his term. With 443,401 hectares left, DAR must distribute 147,800 hectares annually for 3 years. How much budget is required to meet this target, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, the budget requirement for the remaining balance is approximately 150 million pesos and a separate fund for landowners' compensation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Can the agency provide solutions on how to address potential or ghost beneficiaries, undistributed CLOAs, uninstalled beneficiaries, questionable exemptions, and pending cases na susi sa pamamahagi ng lupa sa ARBs?
Our data shows no ghost beneficiaries, 0. So DAR is doing ARB validation activities as a safeguard to prevent such projects.
Thank you for your clarification, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the split project, the Department of Agrarian Reform, through Administrative Order Number 2, Series of 2024, seeks to implement the World Bank-funded project support to parcelization of lands for individual titling or split, which aims to subdivide approximately 1.38 million hectares of land covered by a collective Certificate of Land Ownership Award or CLOA into individual titles. Section 25 of RA 6657 or CARP and Section 10 of RA 9700 or CARPER clearly established that the primary mode of land distribution is individual CLOAs. The question therefore is, since parcelization does not add new accomplishments but only subdivides collective CLOAs, how does DAR account for its outputs in its land distribution record? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
DAR has a separate accounting of e-titles and issued under the split project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Sa mga magsasaka naman po na for installation na, requirement ho ba na kasama sila sa mapopondohan under split bago tuluyang i-install? May mga magsasakang panalo na sa lupa pero dahil ginagamit ng DAR ang split bilang rekisito, di nila mapakinabangan ng tuluyan ang lupang para sa kanila. Can you expound on this, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, the installation and parcelization are two different concepts and observe two different processes.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On to my last question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Have there been reported cases where farmers were invited to a ceremonial mass distribution of individual CLOAs but were unable to claim their original titles dahil may mga problema raw?
At the moment, there are none. Yes.
Okay po. Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw na ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Wala na pong katanungan ang kinatawang ito at buo po ang aming suporta sa buong DAR family na nandito. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat din po sa DAR family.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move to recognize Congressman Shin Gonzalez of Eastern Samar. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gonzales is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good sponsor from Isabela. Magandang hapon po. I am here not to interpellate the good sponsor. Ako po ay nandito pagpakita ng suporta sa Department of Agrarian Reform. Ang probinsya ko po ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa mga programa po ng DAR. Ramdam po ito namin from CLOA distribution to farm to market roads at iba pang mga programa po ng DAR. Ang representasyon pong ito ay buong suporta sa approval ng budget ng Department of Agrarian Reform. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Gonzales.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Parlo Marcoleta of Sagip Party List.
The Honorable Marcoleta is now recognized.
Gandang hapon po,
Afternoon.
distinguished sponsor. Ako po ay naghanda ng ilang mga katanungan para sa kagawaran ng Department of Agrarian Reform. Ngunit dahil kaibigan matalik po natin ang mahal na sekretarya, si Ginoong Secretary Estrella, at kaibigan ding matalik ng aking mga magulang, I waive my opportunity to ask questions and yield to the next interpellator. At you have my support, Secretary Estrella, and the entire officers of the DAR. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
On behalf of DAR, maraming salamat po, Pong Marcoleta.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Percy Centenya of Akbayan Party List.
The Honorable Sandenya is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, dear colleague.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon to the DAR family. To the Secretary, welcome back to the House po. Mabilis lang po mga tanong, Mr. Speaker. First of which ay, doon po sa kabuuang budget ng Department of Agrarian Reform, ilang percent po dito ang para sa support services?
15%, sir.
15%. Ano po yung ballpark figure na pinag-uusapan natin?
3 billion.
13
Ballpark
billion.
figure, yes.
Ito po ba ay malayo o malapit doon po sa ating proposal bago pumasok sa NEP?
Malayong malayo.
Malayo po, tulad nung layo nung mga kababayan nating magsasaka na wala pa rin kalsada hanggang ngayon na mga beneficiaries po ng ating Agrarian Reform Program. Gaano po kalayo yung amount?
Kulang ng 11.5 billion.
So kung kulang ng 11.5 billion, ibig sabihin po, kulang ng 11.5 billion ang support services para sa ating mga dapat ay farmer beneficiaries.
Yes.
I cannot overemphasize Akbayan being one of the authors, principal authors of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Extension and Reform na napakahalaga po ng support services para po sa ating mga farmer beneficiaries to realize fully the mandate and the spirit of this landmark legislation. Kaya po this representation would like to express our strongest possible support for the DAR, for the budget of DAR, particularly on the issue or on the line item of support services to be increased. Just for the record, one more time, gano'n nga po uli kalayo, ilang pong bilyon yung kulang to be able to fully realize yung ating targets for support services?
11.5 billion po.
11.5 billion pesos. I hope that this figure will make a necessary apparition pag lumabas na po yung ating final budget. This is not an insertion. This is a response to the need of the Filipino farmers. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC.
The Honorable Dagook is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na to my former boss in the National Electrification Administration, former Administrator Conrad. I'm not interpolating the sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I am here to convey my sincerest support to the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Congresswoman Iris Montes for his interpellation. Her interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Montes is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ilang katanungan lamang po para sa DAR. Magandang hapon, Ginoong
Good afternoon
Sponsor
po.
at sa DAR family. Pwede ko bang special mention ng aking kaibigan na si Attorney Palafox? Maraming salamat. On land tenure po, Ginoong Sponsor, ano po ang percentage of the proposed 2026 budget ay allocated for actual land distribution? And ilan pong hektarya ang targeted natin na i-distribute for 2026?
Could I ask, Mr. Speaker, could I ask for 1 minute suspension, please?
Session suspended.
Thank you. Yeah, but what was your...
Bigay mo kay ano? Yung...
Mr. Speaker, could we lift suspend?
Session resumed.
Okay, so
Ate.
okay, so ma'am, yes, 17 million and for 26,000 hectares.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Dito po, ilan ang target na benepisyaryo sa ipamamahagi nating lupa ang kababaihan? Meron din po ba tayong target beneficiaries list na for women?
Yeah, ma'am, it would be 1:1, so around 26,000 recipients, and around 30% are women of the recipients.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Tungkol naman po sa GAD programs and budgets, ano po ang pangunahing GAD targeted POPs ninyo sa 2026?
In all DAR programs projects, we utilize the harmonized gender and development guidelines of NEDA, DepDev, and PCW. And DAR's GAD plan was endorsed by PCW in 2025 with around 11% and 11% of its budget is attributed to GAD.
Maraming salamat po. Congratulations po sa inyo sa DAR at kayo po ay isa sa ilang ahensya na nakakalagpas sa 5% threshold na tinalaga ng ating batas. At masaya po ako na malaman na lagpas po kayo dun sa 5%. Ano? Thank you po. So paano po natin sinusukat? Anong mga indicators meron po tayo dyan para sa empowerment, access at pagbabago ng kalagayan ng ating kababaihan? Kasi maganda po yung inyong compliance. So what indicators do we use para mas nagiging maganda yung ating utilization po ng gender and development budget?
We have sex disaggregated data for all services of DAR. So, yes, hope it answers your question.
Maraming salamat po at meron din kayo na sex aggregated disaggregated data na mahalaga po para nakakatugon tayo ng maayos at ang ating mga polisiya ay naaakma sa tunay na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababaihan. Yun lamang po, hindi na po ako magtatanong ng iba po pang katanungan in deference sa ating minority leader. I'll just allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say na ako po ang kinatawan ng kababaihan, kabalikatan para sa kapakanan at kaunlaran ng bayan ay sumusuporta sa bawat pisong inilalaan natin sa inyong ahensya upang isulong ang reformang may puso, may katarungan at may pagkilala sa ambag at karapatan, lalo na ng ating mga kababaihan sa kanilang lupang binubungkal. Let agrarian reform serve not only as a tool for justice, as you said, but as an instrument of equity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
Maraming
Mr.
salamat
Sponsor,
po,
and to
ma'am.
the DAR family.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Presi De Jesus of Philippine Party List for his manifestation.
The Honorable De Jesus is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsors, allow me to place on record my unequivocal support for the proposed budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Under the steady and able leadership of Secretary Conrado Estrella III, as part of the minority bloc, it is our solemn duty to scrutinize every appropriations bill that passes through this chamber. But as someone who has been the importance of DAR's mandate, I believe it is also my duty to highlight the noble work that they are doing to show Filipinos that every peso entrusted to the department bears fruit for our farmers and our nation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsors, agrarian reform has always been more than a policy. It is the government's social justice that those who till the land will finally enjoy the dignity of ownership and the stability that comes with it. We have seen in the eyes of countless hardworking farmers both the weight of uncertainty and the glow of hope. The generations of families in doubt whether their children will ever inherit land, and the hope of receiving that long-awaited land title which secures their rightful place in the soil they have tilled with sweat and sacrifices. This is what DAR, or Department of Agrarian Reform, delivers: the dignity, peace of mind, and a future that can finally be seen with certainty. The department's achievements speak for themselves. Hundreds of thousands of titles, distributed land long lacked in collective ownership, now parcelized for individual farmers, and support services that ensure these farmers are not left on their own but are equipped with tools to thrive in a modern agricultural economy. This is agrarian reform that pushes forward to true rural development. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I stand firmly in support of the Department of Agrarian Reform's proposed expenditures program for fiscal year 2026. I therefore join my colleagues in urging this chamber to provide DAR with the resources it needs to carry out its mandate with efficiency and compassion. If we are serious about inclusive growth, about lifting people out of poverty, and about building a future that is fair and secure, then the work of Department of Agrarian Reform must be strengthened, because when our farmers stand on their own land with dignity, then the whole nation stands stronger with them. For that, Mr. Speaker, there being no more members for the minority who wishes to interpolate and debate for the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform, I so move, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to our family, Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move to terminate.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, who joined the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of Department of Agrarian Reform, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say thank you to all the interpellators for all your questions. And don't worry, it's all going to be heard by DAR, and we're going to do our utmost to give the people what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. There's a joint motion to terminate the budget of the Department of Agrarian and Reform. Hearing no objection, said budget is now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Ball.
Abanyan.
Hello, sir. Ako yung taman ko. Ito ba? Pero na kay...
Sa DOJ. Ito sir, nag-swap daw po. Mauna si Kapatid.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay lang.
Hindi po ako.
Congratulations to all of you.
Mahaba pa laban mo, kumain ka.
Nagdagdag lang po sa Rep. Nazar.
Sige. Sige, dito na.
Are you ready na, Manamo?
Mga people can sit down.
Kayo na daw.
To take time. Kasi pag hindi tayo mag-start.
Can we ask everyone to settle down so we can start? Majority Leader. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the proposed budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies.
There's a motion for the consideration of the Department of Justice budget. And is there any objection? There being none, we may now proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Justice, namely Secretary Jesus Crispin C. Remulla, Undersecretary Jose R. Cadiz Jr., Undersecretary Margarita N. Gutierrez, Undersecretary Nicolas Felix L. T., Undersecretary Raul T. Vasquez, Undersecretary Jesse Hermogenes T. Andres, Undersecretary Frederick A. Vida, Director General Gregorio Pio Catapang Jr. of the Bureau of Corrections, Deputy Commissioner Aldwin F. Alegre of the Bureau of Immigration, Administrator Gerardo P. Sirios of the Land Registration Authority, Director Jaime P. Santiago of the National Bureau of Investigation, Executive Director Margaret Raiza D. Andaman of the Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, OIC Deputy Government Corporate Counsel Melissa F. Montesillo Acorda of the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Solicitor General Darlene Marie B. Berberabe of the Office of the Solicitor General, Administrator Bienvenido O. Benitez Jr. of the Parole and Probation Administration, Chairperson Melchor Quirino C. Sadang of the Presidential Commission on Good Government, and Chief Public Attorney Persida V. Rueda Acosta of the Public Attorney's Office. Mr. Speaker.
To the Department of Justice and its attached agencies led by Secretary Jesus Crispin C. Remulla, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Rufus B. Rodriguez, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to deliver the sponsorship speech on the proposed budget of the Department of Justice. Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, our distinguished colleagues, and our resource persons of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to sponsor today the budget of the Department of Justice
DOJ, and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2026 amounting to 43,653 million, inclusive of the automatic appropriations. In terms of new appropriations, which is subject to congressional approval, the total budget of the DOJ amounts to 40.95 billion, which represents an increase of about 4% or 1.6 billion higher than the fiscal year 2025 level of 39.36 billion. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in addition, the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee, BARSI, of the Committee on Appropriations has increased the budget of the DOJ by 815 million and 130,000. The new total DOJ budget now is 44.47 billion. Mr. Speaker, this budget will support the department's programs, projects, and its operations for the effective, efficient, and equitable administration of justice. DOJ, being the government's principal law agency, serves as the government's prosecution arm and administers the government's criminal justice system by investigating crimes, prosecuting offenders, and overseeing the correctional system. It is also the government's legal counsel and representative in litigations and proceedings requiring the services of a lawyer. Implements the Philippine laws on the admission and stay of aliens within the country and provides free legal services to indigent and other qualified citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is now ready to answer questions from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Chel I. Diokno of the party list Akbayan to interpolate the sponsor of the post-budget of the Department of Justice.
The Honorable Jokno is now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Honorable Sponsor. We
Good
meet
afternoon.
again. I'd like to begin my interpellation by asking about the total ban on Pogo. If we recall, the President in July of last year declared a total ban and then issued Executive Order number 74 calling for a stop on all Pogo operations. May I just know what is the latest update from the Department of Justice on the implementation of Executive Order number 74?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague Chel Diokno of the Akbayan Party List. We assure you that it is fully implemented. All Pogos are now banned. But there are also what we call these small groups of unscrupulous people still doing a small-time Pogo. And we assure you they will be arrested as soon as they are discovered. So we will also ask the... Yes, that is the reply also of the Secretary. It's all banned. What we are searching now through our law enforcement agencies are some guerrilla operations of this Pogo, and they keep on arresting them. And here we now have this report on Pogo. There are really a total population of Pogo based on PAGCOR list is 33,863 persons. But of this, only around 3,927 or 11.6 are still here. But we are certainly having continuous monitoring, surveillance, and close coordination with local and foreign counterparts to get all of this and imprison them and deport them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would appear that the department has that problem very much well in hand. So I don't think we need any additional budgetary support for
We still
this
need,
matter.
Your Honor.
But maybe perhaps for others, Honorable Sponsor. Next, I'd like to ask a question similar to the question I asked of the judiciary earlier. The need for a central monitoring system to ensure that those who are convicted actually serve their sentences. We spend a lot of resources by the executive department to prosecute, to litigate cases, and make sure that these criminals are convicted. But I don't think as of now we have yet a system in place that covers the Supreme Court, Sandigan Bayan, the Department of Justice, and the Office of the Ombudsman, as well as the Bucor, to ensure that those convicted actually serve their sentences. May I first know if that is part of the existing budgetary proposal of the department to form this kind of database?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, there is now a very, very strong coordination between the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Corrections, so that we have a carpeta digitalization, meaning records are digitalized and therefore are there, and we will exactly know who are in the jail and who has gone out for parole, pardon, or service of sentence. And then I'm going to ask now how much they would need. We already have the budget, and so we thank you for enthusiasm to increase it, but according to the Secretary, we already have a budget. the persons handled. Now we go to the cases handled. 2024, last year, 847,317 cases. First semester of 2025 is 687,492. Therefore, the average number of clients assisted by each lawyer in 2024, and you will be shocked with these figures, each PAO lawyer has assisted for 2024 5,631 clients. And for this first semester, each lawyer is assisting a total of 3,376. And the total in case of cases handled, we have an average number of cases handled by each lawyer of 317 cases for each lawyer. Almost one a day. 365 days is already 317. And then each lawyer is handling right now, in 2025, 249 cases. And yet, Your Honor, our lawyers and complement of the PAO, we only have lawyers 2,681, support personnel of 1,034, total of 3,715. That is why, nationwide, that is why they need more budget to hire more lawyers to be able to assist our indigent clients.
Okay, this is still a PAO related. PAO and OSAC case backlogs. BARC restored 11.4 million for OSAC DOJ Action Center and expanded training from 158 million to 815 million. DOJ's prosecution service continues to face dismissal rates and backlogs. RA 9999 mandates wider access to free legal aid. How will the OSAC increment translate into faster complaint handling? Can DOJ commit to publishing quarterly turnaround times and resolution rates for complaints lodged?
The DOJ promises to be able to publish what is required by our distinguished member of Congress.
Okay, my last question. With the training budget ballooning fivefold, what specific competencies like digital forensics, chain of custody, victim-sensitive interviewing will be taught, and how will you measure their effect on conviction rates and reduced case dismissals? How will you measure post-training impact such as conviction rates, better evidence handling, or reduced case dismissals?
Speaker, 1 minute recess, please.
Session suspended.
Speaker, resumption, please.
Sessions resumed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on the records of the Department of Justice National Prosecution Service, there is right now a sustained prosecution success rate, and it has increased from 2020, where only 80%, 80.33. Now, the success prosecution rate of the National Prosecution Service in 2024, last year, is 90.14%. And we assure, Your Honor, that with more case build-up, with more coordination among different agencies, with more training of our law enforcement agencies, with this victim-centered approach, we will be able to therefore even increase the prosecution success rate from 90% higher.
Thank you for all these assurances, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honorable sponsor, Rufus Rodriguez, who happens to be the law professor of my dad during the law school, during his law school days.
Thank you. I'm proud of Senator Rodante Marcoleta. He was my student at the best law school, San Sebastian College, the best in Quiapo.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor, for valiantly defending the DOJ budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank on behalf of our Department of Justice and Atas agencies, the Honorable Paulo Marcoleta. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Laila M. De Lima of the party list ML.
The Honorable De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished sponsor. I'd like to start with questions on the Witness Protection Program, because I heard earlier our colleague, Representative Marcoleta, also touched on the issue of Witness Protection Program. These are basically academic questions. First, does RA 6981, or the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefits Act, compel the DOJ to accept anyone as a state witness, even if they possess all the qualifications and none of the disqualifications?
They are not compelled.
Can the DOJ?
Our answer to our former chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, former Secretary of Justice, former Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, they are not compelled.
Yes. Related question. Can the DOJ refuse to accept someone as a state witness even if he has all the qualifications and none of the disqualifications provided in the law? It can refuse. Since it cannot be compelled, it can refuse.
Secretary says, any applicant to be under the Witness Protection Program should be properly evaluated, and whether they will be admitted or not will be subject to this rigorous evaluation of the witness, whether they will be able to help in the conviction of those most guilty. Thank you.
In short, is the business of accepting a state witness ministerial and compulsory on the DOJ, or is it merely discretionary? These are all related questions before we come up with a conclusion which I think is the correct position.
Every power given, Mr. Speaker, when there is a head of agency, the Secretary of Justice. The law is there, but there is always that leeway and there is that discretion, because he is able, himself and his committee, to be able to evaluate. It is not, therefore, compulsory. And the Secretary will do in his mind, in his conscience, what is the best to do in terms of any applicant to the Witness Protection Program.
Thank you. Am I correct to say that the power, authority, and function of the DOJ to accept someone as a state witness under the law is highly discretionary upon the DOJ and the SOJ in particular?
It is not really highly discretionary, but there is discretion. Otherwise, it will become a, if it is ministerial, there's no more need to think. Just because the law says so, and then you have to do it. No, there is always that leeway and that particular leeway and discretion given not only to the secretary, but all functionaries of government.
So that's the very point I'm getting at. When Section 5 of the law, RA 6981, states that a state witness applicant must first execute a MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, with the DOJ, providing for certain conditions, is the list of conditions provided in the law exhaustive and exclusive, or can the DOJ provide for other conditions? We can refer to Republic Act 6981. Sir? Perhaps...
Yes. Is the honorable representative finished with her question? Or you would like to add more?
Because there is a provision in the WPP law, specifically Section 5, that a witness to be accepted in the DOJ through the SOJ must execute a MOA. And there are certain responsibilities that the witness to be covered must assume. Testify before the courts, all appropriate proceedings, to avoid the commission of a crime, to take all necessary precautions to avoid detection by others, in other words, confidentiality, to comply with legal obligations, to cooperate with respect to all reasonable requests, thank you, of officers, to regularly inform the appropriate program official of his current activities and address. But will you agree with me? Will the good sponsor agree with me that the list of conditions that can be imposed by the DOJ through the SOJ are not exclusive?
Madam Representative, Mr. Speaker, there is a MOA which is a prerequisite to be able to accept witnesses. And in this MOA, there can be additional requirements that can be imposed because in the discretion of our Secretary of Justice, that is needed to assure that there is total coordination and support of this witness towards the prosecution of those who are accused.
In other words, the DOJ through the SOJ can require other conditions from the state witness applicant, such as the restitution of the proceeds and profits of the crime. Am I correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes. The Secretary of Justice, in his ultimate duty to the people of the Republic of the Philippines, may require that before a possible witness could be admitted to the Witness Protection Program, there can be restitution. Because precisely if somebody has amassed so much wealth and he wants to become a member, a part of the Witness Protection Program, it is just really reasonable, it is within reason that there has to be restitution. The answer is yes.
Thank you very much. In short, contrary to the theory of Senator Marcoleta, with due respect to our colleague here, Representative Marcoleta, the DOJ and the SOJ would not be violating the WPP law when they require the additional condition of restitution in the MOA of a state witness applicant. Am I correct?
The only agency that will say it is correct or not is the Supreme Court. So if there's any question on the exercise of jurisdiction of the Secretary of Justice by an applicant that the Secretary of Justice allegedly does not follow the law, then it is the Supreme Court that will decide on that. And therefore, as far as the Department of Justice is concerned, we have that right to require restitution of those who wish to be under the protective program of the Witness Protection Program.
Good enough. Thank you very much. May I go to the Bucor? Certain questions about the Bucor. I'm particularly interested about the actual plans of New Bilibid Prison for its relocation. Because in 2014, nung panahon po namin, when I was the SOJ under Pinoy administration, in 2014, Bucor publicly announced that procurement for the Laur relocation project would be completed in 2015, with construction to take 3 years. Wala na po yun. In 2025, I think that was abandoned.
Yes,
That plan was abandoned by the past administration, the Duterte administration.
That is correct, Madam Representative. That plan during the Pinoy's time was abandoned in the next administration. So it did not proceed.
So what exactly are the plans of the DOJ and the Bucor with respect to prison facilities? Let us please take note that among the items augmented in the DOJ budget from the Bar C is the additional budget for prison facilities, 450 million prison facilities. Now, I'm just wondering, Bucor is now spending heavily on regional transfers, new dormitories, and a Sablayan Supermax. Dahil wala na nga po yung Laur project, napakaganda po sana noon, yung plano na yon that was already endorsed, adopted and endorsed by the Department of Finance, by the economic managers then of President Pinoy. Unfortunately, it was abandoned. So ngayon, ang ginagawa ngayon na programa ng Bucor, I may be corrected if I'm wrong, is that they're concentrating on regional transfers kasi meron nga po mga prison penal farms. Ang tanong ko po, with 300% average congestion and facilities like Davao Penal Farm at 709%, grabe pala yung congestion doon. Why does DOJ or Bucor in particular prioritize dormitories and transfers instead of systemic relocation? Ang kailangan po sana ay talagang tunay na relocation. So, are these regional transfers proven to be more cost-efficient and sustainable than a single modern correctional complex na yun dapat yung Laur project? So, para bang wala ng choice ang DOJ and Bucor since that very good project was abandoned? Kailangan na mag-recalibrate sila and just think about these regional prison facilities. Cost-efficient and sustainable po ba sila? Ano po ba talaga ang long-term correctional strategy ng DOJ at Bucor? Is it isang centralized mega-complex approximating what was planned before? Or just multiple regional prisons nationwide?
Madam Representative, Mr. Speaker, precisely. We are going to construct more dormitories in 4 areas. Under the law, it is required that we establish regional prisons. And the reason for this is humanitarian. The families of the PDLs are able to visit the prisoners. And that is very important. They do not have to come to Muntinlupa, to the New Bilibid prisons. They come from Mindanao. And that is why we're moving them nearer to regional prisons like in Occidental Mindoro, in Palawan, and then also in Cebu and other places. And that is why with the construction of these dormitories, we are just making it, more palatable, not prisons, but dormitories, prisons din ito. But we are therefore trying to solve the overcrowding of certain prisons like the New Bilibid prison, and then develop them so that we can bring them there, our PDLs in these prisons, and they are nearer to their loved ones, Mr. Speaker.
So it is now confirmed that the thrust now of Bucor is actually regionalization, and no more about the grand transfer of the NBP facilities to another big facility. So it's just a clarification, and I understand very well the rationale na dapat po talaga malapit sa mga loved ones, because we are adopting now the restorative philosophy of justice and no more punitive. Kaya dati na iinis po ako noon kapag may mga naririnig ako noon ng kasagsagan ng war on drugs na dapat daw yung mga high-profile na mga kriminal or convicted criminals, itapon na lang sa isang island ala Albatross. But that is certainly inhuman, because that is against the restorative philosophy of justice. So, salamat po sa pag-clarify doon. How about po yung plano dapat in establishing DOJ Academy, Correctional Academy, Prosecution Academy? Hindi pa po ba yan na-factor in? Hindi pa po ba yan sinasama sa proposal ng DOJ? Because it's a very good idea. But if I may share my idea about it, mas maganda po sana kung isang facility na lang, nandyan na sila lahat. Iba-iba lang siyempre yung mga courses. Because correctional, iba po yun. Prosecution Academy, the DOJ Academy, and any other attached agencies of DOJ which they think na pwede magkaroon ng mga training centers for them. So perhaps, of course, it's too late now for the 2026 budget. Maybe in future budgets, pwede na pong i-consider yan, and that would be more cost efficient. Does the distinguished sponsor agree?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, very good suggestions from our distinguished colleagues. I have been in touch with our Secretary of Justice, and precisely the plan for a Department of Justice Academy is already planned, but subject also to coordination with the Supreme Court and other agencies that will help in a total approach to training the Department of Justice officials. In the case of our Bucor, there is already a plan to have the Bureau of Correction Academy that will now train those in the correctional system be trained to handle our PDLs. So thank you for the suggestion. We do not have that budget this year, but as you have said that might be included in the succeeding budget. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
3 points na lang po about the parole and probation office. An additional 23 million, I think, was granted after the BARC, at
That's
the BARC
correct.
level. Isa po yan, because there have been several augmented items. And
Yes.
I'm happy about it that several items in the DOJ proposed budget had been augmented.
Yes.
So one of them is the Parole and Probation Administration. May I know po, what is the current case backlog of the Parole and Probation Administration, and how many cases are expected to be resolved with the hiring of this additional 150 case decongestion assistants? At bakit ho 150? Was there a workload analysis or study conducted to justify such number? And how exactly will the 23 million budget, the additional budget, be allocated? What is the breakdown per position, including salaries, benefits, and administrative costs? The good sponsor may not answer this now. I can just probably ask for a list of those data.
Yeah, we can also give you the data, but we can answer now. 130,000 persons are admitted every year to the parole and probation program. And out of that, 67% are drug-related. So we have given them this fund to be able to hire 150 probation officers so that they can help in case congestion and be able to attend to our probationers.
Because I suppose the department, and especially the PPA, Parole and Probation Administration, is very cognizant of the importance of its mandate.
Yes, very
as part
much.
of the decongestion.
Yes, very much, Your
program.
Honor.
Okay. Dalawang punto na lang po. Meron pa ho bang forensic laboratory or office ang PAO?
Mr. Speaker, the DOJ is now on the process of putting up a particular, in this particular case, a national forensic laboratory. An institute. It's an institute. National Forensic Institute.
Is that under the NBI?
We have, it will be under the DOJ. In fact, there's already
Separate from NBI. I just want to be clarified po. All this time, I thought that the plan to improve or enhance the laboratory services of the NBI is there. In other words, it's within the NBI and as a separate office, because I've always been wondering why the Public Attorney's Office would be needing forensic laboratory or forensic office. It's not part of their mandate. Mas tama po sa NBI. So what po ang exact plan ngayon ng DOJ with respect to forensic services?
Together with the NBI, Mr. Speaker, NBI and the Public Attorney's Office, this particular forensic institute will be established precisely to be able to have immediate results on forensic examinations.
Okay.
So they are now doing an DOJ-wide forensic institute. Of course, the NBI will be there. It's also an academic institution to teach how to be able to do forensic work. And so therefore, it is not only a kind of DOJ mandate to just prosecute cases and to check on this evidence, but also as a sort of an educational institution that will be able to have those involved in forensics.
Thank you very much. So last question. What's the status po ng mga Dengvaxia cases? There have been quite a number of Dengvaxia cases filed by PAO. And I understand that these cases actually, or many of them, have been dismissed already on demurrer to evidence. But is it correct, or is my information correct, that there has been refiling of certain cases on the Dengvaxia na it's kind of controversial, Dengvaxia. It was one of the issues thrown against the Aquino administration and specifically the Department of Health then. So, but do we know the status of the Dengvaxia cases? Because alam na, yung mga pasyente noon namatay dahil sa COVID. Pero may mga nagsasabi, and I think that's the central premise of the PAO in filing those cases, na namatay din dahil dun sa vaccine. That theory is quite, to me, that's questionable. But I'm just really interested about the cases. Meron pa ho ba tayong mga Dengvaxia cases? Di pa ho ba mga na-resolve?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are 35 cases at the RTC of Quezon City. And some cases are still pending with the DOJ. So that is now the
Some
state.
cases are still pending. Some cases have been dismissed already. Is that
Yes,
correct?
some have been dismissed, correct. Yeah. So there are also cases, RTC pending, and there are also cases within still the determination of the Department of Justice.
Okay, somebody just invited my attention. I think I incorrectly mentioned when I was talking about yung nasa island, it's supposed to be Alcatraz. I don't know what I said earlier. Sabi ng
Albatros.
nakarinig, iba daw yung sinabi ko.
Alcatraz.
It should be Alcatraz.
But no problem because of the principle of idem sonans. It's
Yes.
okay.
Idem sonans. Thank you very much. That's
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, and thank you, DOJ.
Thank you very much
And
to our
I fully
distinguished colleague.
support the budget of the DOJ.
Thank you.
And if there is still some room in the fiscal space, let's consider, please, augmenting some important items of the DOJ and/or its attached agencies. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Representative Laila De Lima, for your support. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Rene Luis M. Co. from the party list Kabataan.
The Honorable Ko is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to ang sa gagalang-galang naming sponsor.
Thank
at
you.
ang
Good afternoon.
Department of Justice po dito. Actually, very fresh po yung mga gusto nating tanong. We are aware that in the Department of Justice, bahagi po ng pinopondohan natin ay yung Witness Protection Program. At may very new developments na mga witnesses na ipapasailalim dito in the names of Curly and Sarah Diskaya in relation sa nangyayari po sa pag-uncover natin ng malawakang korupsyon through the flood control projects. So, pwede po bang matanong ano ba ang naging batayan ng DOJ, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, sa pagdedeklara na ang mga Diskaya ay least guilty sa flood control corruption that allowed them to be state witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is no determination yet. It is ongoing. Based on the requirements of admission to the State Witness Protection Program, there are those who have applied. As stated earlier, there's still no witness under the Witness Protection Program. Some are just protected witnesses. So it's still under evaluation.
Okay, so right now, they are not state witnesses yet. Is that correct po, Mr.
Not yet.
Sponsor?
Nobody has been granted the status. In fact, it will be the courts that will determine whether a person accused can be admitted to the Witness Protection Program.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Because in the public's perspective, meron ng mga ang intindi ay state witnesses na po ang mga Diskaya. And ang dehado dito at ang gusto nating ma-ensure is yung malaking utang and financial liabilities ng pamilya Diskaya, pati na rin yung nakita nating malawakang paggamit ng kayamanang nakuha para bumili ng mga luxury items at sila lang yung nakakabenepisyo dito, hindi yung mamamayang Pilipino na dehado ngayon sa ghost or palpak by design na flood control projects ang naiiwan at left behind. So, yung tatanong ko na lang po natin ay, given yung clarification that was provided, paano po ba sinasaalang-alang ng DOJ, yung iba't ibang mga protocols and criteria kung paano maging state witnesses during now sa malawakang scandal on flood control corruption? Meron po bang mga bagong mga issuances, criteria, in relation sa kung paano hinahandle yung pagkakaroon ng state witnesses ngayon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is whether there have been new circulars or issuances in relation to how they can apply for the Witness Protection Program. The DOJ is still operating under the same rules. In the case of Diskaya, Mr. Diskaya and Ms. Diskaya, they have not applied for the State Witness Protection Program.
Okay. Maraming salamat doon sa clarification na yon. Gusto rin natin na kung meron pang mga iba't ibang paraan na ina-undertake ngayon ang DOJ to refine their criteria kung sino magiging state witnesses, ma-furnish po, immediately yung body na to this representation dahil napaka-sensitive nga po ng issue na ito.
Yes, we always have, as of now, the same rules that the testimony should be material to the case and could lead to the possible conviction of the accused. And so therefore, these are basic requirements before they're admitted to the Witness Protection Program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, dito sa magiging commitment na ito. My next question is in relation po sa previous line of questionings po doon sa committee hearings that we undertook in the weeks prior. We requested for data in relation po doon sa Department Circular number 20, providing the guidelines on case build-up and the instrument that guides the task force. We received a letter which is from the NBI clarifying that the NBI is not a member of this task force and the task force is composed from officers or employees of the National Prosecution Service. And to date, we have not received a letter or these listings from the National Prosecution Service, given na parang pinasa po ng NBI yung bola sa NPS. So may we provide an update doon po sa previous commitment sa pag-provide po ng copy ng Department Circular 20, and then yung paglista po ng pagbigay po ng copy noon and kung ano mang guidelines that are applicable or na-release later on banked on the Department Circular.
Mr. Speaker, I have here a copy already of Department Circular number 020, which you are referring to. This is to all prosecutors of the National Prosecution Service subject policy on proactive involvement of prosecutors in case build-up, dated March 11, 2023. We'll give you a copy right now of this particular. And then the next question is, are there new issuances pertaining to this memorandum circular? Are there new ones? Bago na, wala pa. Still the same? It's still the same, distinguished colleague. So we'll give you now a copy. We'd like to ask our They also, aside from giving you now a copy of Memorandum Circular 020, the DOJ now undertakes that they will comply and answer your letter and proceed, not anymore the NBI. So it will not be DOJ. So we'll just give them time to be able to answer your letter and act accordingly. It will now be DOJ committing to be able to answer your questions.
Would it be possible po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, if compliance can be done by this week po?
Yes, the answer is yes. They will comply with your request on or before Friday this week.
Okay. Thank you very much for these commitments, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor. Sa bahagi ko po ay wala na po kung ibang tanong. Maraming salamat po sa sagot po sa commitments ninyo. And given that there are no other interpellators, I move to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Justice.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the interpellation to the proposed budget of the Department of Justice, including its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion to terminate the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? Chair, hearing none. Said budget is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Thank you,
Move to suspend.
Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader Sandro Marcos is here. Thank you so much. The Department of Justice and attached agencies are thankful to the House of Representatives for terminating this period of interpellations. Thank you very much. We'll ask a picture with our majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Session is suspended for a few minutes.
Suspended.
Boss Eric. Si Runa. Brad natin.
Congratulations. Oh.
Ako.
Ibalindong. Tita Christine. Mahaba. Pito. sabi ni 5. 5 na. Sakto lang. Okay na? Dia. Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of House Bill 4058, particularly the budget of the Commission on Human Rights and the Human Rights Violations Victims Memorial Commission. So moved.
There's a motion To proceed with the consideration of the budget of the Commission on Human Rights, there any objection? Chair hears none. Said motion is approved. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights, Attorney Richard Palpal Latok, Commissioner Beda A. S. Epres, Commissioner Faida M. Dumarpa, Commissioner Monina A. Senarosa, Commissioner Maria Amifaith S. Fider Reyes, Executive Director Jacqueline Ann C. Deguia, and Executive Director Carmelo Victor A. Crisanto of Human Rights Violations Victims Memorial Commission.
To the Commission on Human Rights, led by Chairperson Richard P. Palpalatok, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Maria Cristina Talavera Lopez of Alona Party List for her sponsorship speech and thereafter answer questions on the proposed budget.
You may proceed, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my distinct honor to stand before you to sponsor the budget of the Commission on Human Rights, CHR, and its attached agency, the Human Rights Violation Victims Memorial Commission. As we navigate the challenges of our modern times, the role of CHR remains as vital as ever in safeguarding the rights and freedom of every Filipino, ensuring that our democracy remains strong and that our commitment to human dignity is unwavering. I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a milestone that serves as a reminder of our nation's proud history in championing human rights on the global stage. The Philippines, through the effort of esteemed leaders like Carlos P. Romulo, who was the fourth president of the UN General Assembly and has the distinction of being a signatory to the UN Charter, the Philippines being one of the 50 founding member states and the only Asian signatory, was instrumental in the crafting of this historic document, reflecting our deep-seated values of justice, equality, and freedom. As we reflect on our past contribution to the global human rights movement, we must also address our present realities. CHR continues to be a crucial institution that embodies our collective aspiration for a just and human society. As a watchdog, educator, advocate, and monitor, it endeavors to ensure that the Philippine government, as the primary duty bearer, continues to realize the aspiration of the UDHR. CHR is not merely a guardian of rights, but also serves as a refuge for the disadvantaged, marginalized, and vulnerable sectors. For the fiscal year 2026, the CHR proposed a total budget of 2.19 billion pesos. However, we only have 1.29 billion was approved under the National Expenditure Program or NEP, which equivalent to 40.76% decrease in their budget for fiscal year 2026. And yet, despite limitation in resources, the CHR has consistently proven itself to be a model of fiscal responsibility and good governance. In fact, the Commission has achieved a 93.37% budget utilization rate in terms of obligated funds and 100% in terms of disbursement for the past year. Moreover, it has not received any recommendation or negative reports from COA and was cited by DBM as one of the top agencies in fiscal management. This level of discipline and accountability should give us confidence that every peso we allocate to the CHR is maximized and used with integrity. The CHR also exercises its critical role as a check-and-balance mechanism against abuses of power and collaborates with the government to prevent negligence and to address gaps in delivering its human obligation. The CHR consistently meets the standard worthy of a national human rights institution even during the most challenging years. It has maintained its status A accreditation fully compliant of the Paris Principle standards, which enable it to recognize as a credible and authoritative voice in international human rights forums, where it reports on the country's human rights situation and reviews domestic laws, policies, and practices. CHR has prevailed over challenges in the past and will continuously strive to improve and adapt to advance the rights of all individuals among all sectors and spectrum. In all undertakings, CHR endeavors to be true its mantra, CHR ng lahat, naglilingkod maging sino ka man. Mr. Speaker, to our distinguished colleagues, CHR need our support in strengthening the country's national human institution, such as through the eventual passage of the CHR Charter Bill. But at present, we can only already demonstrate our commitment to human rights by supporting and also increasing their budget. Ito po ay pondo para sa karapatang pantao ng lahat. With this proven record of integrity, innovation, and impact, let us provide them with the resources they need. Increasing their budget is a reflection of our national commitment to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution and the Declaration of Universal Human Rights. It is a testament to our resolve to protect the vulnerable, to hold the powerful accountable, and ensure that every Filipino can live with dignity and in freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Kaka J. Bagao, Lone District from Dinagat Islands, to interpolate the sponsor of the proposed budget of the CHR.
The Honorable Bagao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mabilis lang po ito. I will just start the kick-off of the interpellation and let the rest of the members of the minority also raise their question. Magandang hapon po, Madam Sponsor at sa Commission on Human Rights. Yung kinuwento niyo po kanina sa introduction niyo, sabi niyo po ay ang hiningi po talaga ng CHR na budget ay 2.19 billion, pero ang nailagay sa NEP ay 1.297, tama ba ako?
Yes po.
Very recently sa BARC ay dinagdagan po ito ng 85.86 million.
Yes po.
Okay. Yung tanong ko po ay, pero kahit pa na dagdagan, medyo malaki-laki pa rin, no? More than 1 billion pa rin sa budget ng CHR ang hindi naibigay sa operation ng CHR. Gusto ko pong malaman, despite the additional budget that was given by BARC, ano po yung makukompromisa pa rin mga programa? Alam natin mahalaga yung CHR, no? Halimbawa po, kasali po ba sa maapektuhan yung human rights education sa elementary, high school at university? Kasama po ba sa maapektuhan yung compliance ng CHR sa Republic Act 11551 na labor education in the tertiary education curriculum? Kasama po ba sa maapektuhan yung coordination ng CHR sa ICC processes? Alin po ang mahalagang mga programa ang maapektuhan pa dahil mayroon pa ring halaga na hindi maibibigay sa operation ng Commission on Human Rights?
Representative Bagog, for fiscal year 2026, we have 14 new enhanced program, activities or projects which will be affected by said reduction. Among others po is the expansion of CHR financial assistance, lakbay karapatan tungo sa kamalayan, expansion of support services for an improved delivery of CHR services in the regional offices, and also the protection and assistance programs, torture prevention program, and also the CHR infrastructure development project for enhancements of justice for central office po, and also Human Rights Institute program on the right to food, CHR Infrastructure Development Project for enhancements of justice in the regional offices, and also the expansion and enhancement of confidential fund and public inquiry on pressing human rights issues and concern.
Oh, ibig sabihin ay napakarami pa.
Napakadami
Mahalagang
pa po.
programa. At dahil sa performing naman ang Commission on Human Rights, tingin ko dapat po ay maibigay talaga yung hinihingi nilang kabuuang budget na po 2.19 billion. Bago po ako magbigay ng manifestation, isang tanong na lang. Ano po ang ating posisyon sa posibilidad na maging bahagi ulit at maging miyembro ulit ang Pilipinas sa ICC?
Representative Bag-Aw, I
Bag-Aw
think-
po, Bag-Aw.
Bag-Aw, sorry po, Representative Bag-Aw. With regards po sa position of the International Criminal Court and the possibility of the Philippines rejoining it, CHR supports the Philippines rejoining the ICC. Since the country's withdrawal in 2019, it has been CHR's position that it is the Filipino people who are bound to lose when they no longer have the recourse in times when local justice system fail in protecting.
Marami pong salamat, Commission on Human Rights. Matagal niyo na po akong kasama, sumusuporta po ako, lalo na po sa pagkakaroon niyo ng sariling charter, lalo na po ang pag-approve ng 2.19 billion budget. Alam ko kung gaano kahalaga ang trabaho niyo, lalo na po para makarating kayo sa malalayang probinsya. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I fully support the whole budget of the Commission on Human Rights. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Reni Luis M. Co. of Kabataan Party List.
The Honorable Co is now recommended.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Good afternoon to our sponsor and to the Commission on Human Rights. Just some questions, no? Some of them in relation po doon sa line of questions that I asked previously in the committee hearing. First off po, sa last hearing ng budget for the Commission on Human Rights, na-mention po na mayroong mga agencies that provide data on the compliance with the anti-torture law. Can we ask, how does the agency ensure the veracity of these reports? I assume these reports come from the Philippine National Police, that, sila din po yung nagiging proponents ng torture, if any, should there be recorded na ganon.
As to political prisoners, Mr. Representative Ko, according to Karapatan, there are approximate 754 political prisoners as of June 30, 2024. Ito po yung mga 90 older persons, 102 yung po mga may sakit, and also 32 alleged detained on trump-up charges of violations RA 11479 or Anti-Terrorism Act, and RA 10168, Terrorism Financing Prevention and Suppression Act, together with other criminal offenses. So, lahat po ng mga dumadating sa atin sa CHR iminamatch pa rin po natin yon sa ating pong mga datang nakukuha.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Sponsor, the organization Karapatan was mentioned, if I note correctly. Tama po ba that we get these data as well from from civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations?
Yes po. Yes
Okay.
po.
But do we get them from government agencies as well? I assume na may government agencies like the Philippine National Police, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, they provide reports of compliance.
Yes
So,
po.
ang
Actually
tanong
po,
po namin, sorry po. So, ang tanong po namin actually is, paano po tayo nakakasigurado na credible yung reports of their compliance? How does the CHR ensure the veracity of these reports?
For monitoring po, meron po tayong conduct of investigation to verify reports alongside jail visits and check submissions.
Okay. Thank you very much. You mentioned po visits, no? And we understand and na-share din po, nakasama po sa mandato ng CHR yung pag-visit sa mga pihitan na may nagaganap na torture or inhumane treatment. Ang tanong po namin is, ano pong kayang gawin ng CHR beyond visits? For example, may verified report of torture. Ano pong nangyayari sa mga perpetrators? Kung may litigation against these perpetrators, kaninong jurisdiction po ito?
Mr. Chair, limited lamang po ang mandato sa atin ng CHR. So tayo po, tayo lamang po ang investigation, and upon investigation, nire-refer na rin po natin sa ibang agency yung ating pong napuntahang mga jails.
Saan po nating agency nare-refer kapag meron po tayong verified report? And paano po proactively nakikipagtulungan with these agencies para ma-hold to account ang perpetrators po of torture?
Actually po, Madam Mr. Chair, ang mga agency po na pinupuntahan po natin, upon investigation po, kapag po binigyan na natin ng referrals ay mga sa PAW office po, IBP, at saka po DOJ, Ombudsman. Yan po yung mga agencies.
Thank you for that clarification. So we understand na pwedeng magkaroon ng proceedings against the anti-torture law. Kapag may kasuhan na po, ano pong role ng Commission on Human Rights sa pag-file ng complaint, sa trial proper, if any?
Meron po tayong legal assistance sa binibigay po sa ating pong mga clients, pero wala po tayong litigation.
Okay. Ang next question ko po is, may mga na-reporting instances that hinahanapan ang CHR ng permits when visiting jails, no, or possible sites ng torture or inhumane treatment. Kayo na po mismo ang nagsabi na, or rather, the Commission on Human Rights mismo ang nag-admit that they are aware that they're delaying tactics, no, when manghihingi ng permit. May punishment po ba sa warden or Bureau of Correction officials kung hinaharangan po yung pagpasok ng CHR? And if wala po, bakit?
Pakiulit nga po ng question, representative ko.
Sorry. In our previous committee hearing, we asked po kung hinahanapan po ba yung CHR ng permits when visiting. Ideally, dapat hindi, di ba po? Jail visits are surprise, they are random, but there are times, not only jails, no, torture sites or centers na may temporary or permanent detention na ang awareness natin is dito po nangyayari yung torture. May times po na hihingin po ng permit. And CHR in that previous committee hearing said that they are aware they're delaying tactics so as to mapigilan yung mandato ng CHR. So, ang question ko po is, kung may warden or Bureau of Corrections official that is in charge po, and sila po yung nagpataw ng permit requirement or asked for a permit, meron po bang punishment na mapapataw sa kanila or pwede pong gawin ang CHR, no? In opposition doon sa permit?
Okay. Hindi na po kailangan ng permit since under torture law of enforced disappearance, unrestricted and unhampered visits po. So hindi na po kailangan ng permit. Nakakapasok po talaga ang CHR sa lahat po ng ating mga jails visitation.
Yes po. RA 10353 states that CHR is entitled to unannounced visits. So,
Yes po.
ang sinasabi po ba ng CHR ngayon ay hindi po hinahanapan sila ng permits unimpeded so far ang kanilang pagvivisit ng mga iba't ibang sites ng jail or other centers that where torture may occur.
Yes po. Yes po.
Okay. Sige. I hope na tuloy-tuloy po na ganun ang mangyari in previous administrations, no? And even from previous years, we have received reports of that occurring. So, kaya din naman po natin binibigyan ng budget and sinusuporta ng Commission on Human Rights para hindi po ito mangyari. Next question ko po. Section 2 of RA 10353 states that there is a prohibition on secret detention places. Tingin niyo po ba may kakulangan ang judiciary system sa Pilipinas sa pag-process ng HR violations? Because even though this exists, no, Section 2. Right now, we have reports, no? Junilo Castro, for example, Jack and Echo, these are just some names kung saan dinala sila sa mga temporary secret detention places. At sila ay for some time dinakip, no? So, yun po, meron po ba tayong nakikitang kakulangan sa judiciary system sa pag-process ng HR violation sa batas, sa pagbigay ng CHR ng pag-equip sa kanila to conduct its full mandate?
Mr. Chair, kung meron po mang kakulangan, ang solusyon po natin dyan is the protected rates are available but may need to loosen burden on victims.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part po, Mr. Chair?
Lessen burden on victims po.
Yes po, we agree, no? Kailangan pong mag-lessen yung burden on the victims. So, ang question ko po, no, how can the CHR and its budget ensure that human rights violations are properly processed, ma-augment at masuportahan ng budget na to ng maayos para kung anumang complaints of human rights violations na natatanggap ng CHR ay nakaka-respond po sila accordingly?
Mr. Chair, nadagdagan po tayo na sa National Protection Mechanism po ng additional fund. So we will utilize that fund to support those victims po.
Okay. Pwede po bang makapagbigay ng konting detalye pa further? So, paano siya gagamitin to do so?
Among other services po, we provide, protect human rights defenders and sanctuaries po. Mr. Chair.
Okay. So inahasahan din po natin na dito sa budget na maibibigay, magamit po to para maitigil, maimbestigahan ang mga temporary secret detention places, even permanent secret detention places.
Yes, kasama po yung palagi, Mr. Chair. part po yun ng regular inspection, and also we also provide financial assistance and legal assistance.
Yes po. Maaasahan po natin yon and further coordinations kung paano po marerespondohan yung iba't ibang human rights violations. Na sana walang mangyari, no? Pero ang unfortunate reality is it still happens under this present administration. My next questions po is in relation po to the recently conducted mobilizations in September 21. No? Bumuhos po yung galit ng taong bayan, lalo na ng kabataan na ninanakawan ng kinabukasan nila doon sa mga protest sites in September 21. No? We can count na more than 200,000 Filipinos came out to be able to participate in protests against corruption. However, later hours, we will find that the may mga gawain ang mga police as captured by media, as captured and shown on social media that disproportionate yung ginamit na dahas sa pagbuwag ng mga initial na mga acts ng protesters that conducted violence. No? So, we are aware that the Commission on Human Rights launched a motu proprio investigation. No? Is this correct po ba, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor?
Yes po.
Okay. Can the Commission on Human Rights provide an update? Ano na pong nagawa nila in the course of this motu proprio investigation?
Okay. Nung pong September 21, we have a rally monitoring. We have at least 36 CHR personnel were deployed to monitor the rallies held on September 21, 2025. In Lunete Park, EDSA People Power Monument, Ayala Boulevard, Menjola, and other areas in Metro Manila. We have 12 lawyers, 7 special investigators, 3 doctors, nurses, and support staff, 11 po. We have also the protection services provided to arrested individuals during the September 21, 2025 rallies are the following: documentation and following. We have also free legal assistance and monitoring of detention at the Manila Police District. We have also the coordination with the police to allow CCOS and families to visit the arrested individuals. We have also private lawyers and agreed to continue to monitor the situation of the arrested, and also CHR coordinated by the PNP to allow visit inside the MPD from CSO and families. There's also a shifting of assigned personnel and CHR present at the MPDs po. Until today po, meron po tayong continuous dispatch of investigators and lawyers until including Child Rights Center to investigate and monitor minors, those arrested.
At ang nakuha ko po, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor, ay may monitoring sa protest itself and sa nagawang mga arrests. Sa bahagi po ng representation na ito, kasama po ang ilang members ng Makabayan Bloc, si Representative Sara Elago of Gabriela Women's Party, Representative Antonio Tino ng ACT Teachers. We were able to visit the Manila Police District at we were able to talk with the police therein. Ang report nila sa amin is there were 216 arrested, no? Among the found that there are other prisoners or detainees present na wala po yung pangalan doon sa initial list of 216 that was provided. Meaning, these numbers may not be as accurate, may need updating. Given po that the Commission on Human Rights is monitoring, meron po kaya kayong insight doon sa number of arrested, iba doon sa data that we have.
Okay, as of today po, representative ko, per DILG, we have arrested 216, 127 adults and 29 minors, 89 minors, and injured police 95. Number of protection office personnel deployed 36.
Sige, thank you po. It seems like medyo 216 is also the number that was provided to us. And sa bahagi naman po namin, we're also monitoring the situation. I assume that investigation, monitoring sa inyo or on the part of the Commission on Human Rights, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor, as mentioned, no, is ongoing. So,
Yes po, continuous monitoring po ang ginagawa po ng commission.
yes po. So, ang next question ko po, ukol sa pag-iimbestiga tungkol sa naganap na clash noong September 21 between some protesters and the police forces deployed. Mag-agree po ba kayo na may mga naganap na abuses noong araw na yon at paglabag mismo ng human rights conducted by the Philippine National Police and SWAT?
To be determined po yan, subject po for final investigation po yan, representative ko.
So investigation is ongoing and
Yes po.
You are not making a determination at this point kung meron or hindi.
Yes po.
Okay. Sa bahagi po ninyo, meron naman nakita niyo na tumatanggap po ba kayo ng mga ebidensya from civil society organizations, from protesters? Ano pong channel available para po kung may human rights violations that would like to be reported to the Commission on Human Rights, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor, anong avenue po available?
Pwede pong i-file po yan sa commission. Pwede pong i-file sa commission.
So through the normal procedure of filing po ng complaints with the Commission on Human Rights, am I to understand that correctly?
Pwede po yung i-file direkta sa commission at pwede rin po yun dun sa mismo, yung pong official platform po ng commission. Yung mismo.
Thank you po. Do we get a commitment po ba, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor, that the Commission on Human Rights will include yung mga na-file po na ito sa kanilang motu proprio investigation in relation po doon sa what happened po sa September 21?
Yes, kasama po yan.
Okay.
We collect all the evidences po.
So my next question po is, actually, marami pong reports na may mga nasaktan na journalists, nasaktan na civil society witnesses, and even the detained participants, they have a lot of stories to share. We talked to some of them. May ilan po na ang kanilang narratives ay they were simply bystanders, and then later ay inaresto na lang bigla. No, meron pong ilan that would like to provide immediate assistance, giving water, medical aid sa mga injured na nakasuot lang ng black, no, but later they will be detained, no. My question po is, how will CHR protect civil society witnesses, journalists, or detained participants who might provide crucial evidence from retaliation or intimidation, especially if the perpetrating authority to be investigated is the police itself?
Mr. Chair, iimbestigahan po natin lahat po yung mga person arrested. At kapag po yan ay ating natingnan na may probable po, bibigyan po natin sila ng financial assistance and witness protection monitoring po. For media naman po, we have expanded media task force which provides investigation, legal assistance, and sanctuaries po.
Okay, so may commitment po na may task forces that
Yes
are
po, meron po.
created to be able to provide protections
Yes
kapag
po.
may reports po.
Yes po, meron po.
Okay. Pwede po bang makapagbigay ng further details? Yung media task force, ano pong protections yung pwedeng maiabot sa mga journalists that would like to share evidence po?
Under expanded media task force, we provide investigation and legal assistance pa rin po. Sanctuaries din po, kasama din po yan. Kung may mga threats po nakasama sa ating pong mga media personnel.
Okay. We hope that the full extent of these powers are provided because as I understand it po, there are threats that have to be existent to be able to apply yung mga provisions ng expanded media task force. But as we stand, journalists are vulnerable to these kinds of intimidation tactics, even wala pang filing ng kanilang complaint sa CHR because they've already posted online or wherever platform yung mga findings nila. Actually, in relation to po that, meron pong claim ang DILG, members of the police forces, that walang harassment guns that were used or deployed. Even the clear declaration that there was no tear gas that was used. But may clear evidence, video evidence, photographic evidence, testimonies that meron, easily available online, that the CHR may be able to access as well. Motu proprio. Can we get a commitment po na may investigahan yung gantong claims from the ILG, from PNP?
Yes po. Motu proprio po ng ating komisyon na magkaroon po lagi tayo ng initial investigation sa lahat po na nangyayari, lalo na po dyan sa kaguluhan ng September 21 rallies.
We bank on this commitment, Mr. Chair, Madam Speaker, dahil alarming po yung mga naging developments na nakita natin online and yung disproportionate response ng ating state forces in relation sa mga nandoon on-site. And lastly, if the CHR finds that standard police rules on use of force and maximum tolerance were violated, will it demand prosecution of officers and not just suspension? Maaasahan po ba namin, Mr. Chair, Madam Sponsor, na itatrabaho ng CHR ang aktibong paghabol sa reparasyon para sa mga biktima, like medical, psychological, or legal aid?
Opo, basta po may basihan po, we will file agad po. Kapag po nakita natin sa investigation na meron pong lumagpas sa karapatang pantao, even our men in uniform.
Okay. Thank you very much for that commitment. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, gusto ko lang pong i-manifest ang matinding pagkadismaya at pagkapuot sa mga nangyaring mass arrests noong September 21 na dapat ay araw ng pagbabalik tanaw sa martial law at pag-alala sa madugong kasaysayan natin at yung pag-igpaw sa ganito gamit ang kolektibong aksyon. Pero tila na ulit-ulit ang karanasan sa madilim na kasaysayan noong araw na yun mismo. Sa reported na datos nga po ng mass arrests, as also confirmed by the Madam Sponsor here today, 216 were arrested. And according to the breakdown po that was provided to us, 91 are minors. 67 are children in conflict with the law, 24 are 15 years old and below. And at ang pinakabatang detainee ay 9 na taon gulang lamang. Imbes po na protektahan, biniktima pa sila ng dahas ng mga police forces. Pero hindi nga sila mga kriminal, mga nagprotesta rin sila. And some may not agree, including this representation, with how their form of protest turned out. Pero nagmumula ang matinding galit nila sa makatwiran at makatarungang dahilan na bunga ng mismong karahasan at inhustisya ng korupsyon na for decades has been existent sa lipunan natin. At itong mga kabataan, silang pinaka-apektado ng korupsyon ng malalang krisis dahil ang kinabukasan po namin ang ninanakaw mismo. Sana pakinggan ang kabataan at huwag tratuhin bilang kalaban ng lipunan. Kaya hindi po pwedeng mapalusot na walang harassment, walang paglabag dahil kalat na kalat sa social media ang lahat ng ebidensya ng pandadahas ng kapulisan. May videos, may testimonies, may photos. Kaya kailangang manindigan, and we're calling po for the Commission on Human Rights na manindigan at maimbestigahan ang Philippine National Police, ang SWAT na malinaw na lumabag at habulin ang hustisya at reparasyon para sa mga inaresto. Kung mismong dahas at paglabag sa karapatang pantao ang sinasagot sa mga karapatang nirerehistro ang galit at sawa sa malalang katiwalian, what kind of government do we have? Hindi ba't mas malaking krimen ang pagtanggol sa tiwaling sistema kaysa pagprotesta laban dito? I hope that we will be able to cooperate with the Commission on Human Rights in relation po sa investigations that's happened on September 21, 2025. Yun lamang po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, maraming salamat po. I yield my time to the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Antonio L. Tino of ACT Teachers.
The Honorable Tino is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Well, unang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ay last year, pagkatapos po ng Quadcom hearing kung saan dumalo po ang dating Pangulong Duterte at nagkaroon siya ng ilang mga admissions, no? May pag-amin, including yung pag-ako ng responsibilidad para sa mga drug war killings. Nandun din yung yung testimonya ng iba pa, including sina Colonel Royina Garma tungkol sa pag-set up ng reward system kaugnay sa Tokhang. No, yung CHR po ay nag-anunsyo na magbubuo sila ng task force, no, para imbestigahan at tukuyin yung mga opisyal na responsable para sa drug war killings, no? Pwede po bang makakuha ng update sa status ng task force na ito?
Meron po tayo niyan para po sa ating task for pagtugis. Meron po tayong hot cases po. Number of cases po ay 493. And also ang na-close po natin dito, 204 cases. At ongoing pa rin po ngayon ang 289 cases. Meron po tayong deadline na ngayon pong October 30, 2025, which ang 10 po dyan ay CHR-initiated filed cases po.
Mm-hmm. So meron pong task force pagtugis. Yun po ang pangalan.
Yes po.
Okay, tapos meron pong marami-raming mga kaso na nabanggit kayo. So ito pong mga kasong binabanggit ay mga individual cases po ng EJK, ganun po ba?
Tama po. Individual
Okay.
cases po.
Kung maaari po, mabigyan na lang ng written na binasa nyo. Ang sinasabi nyo ay by October 30 ay meron pong deadline na self-imposed ang task force. Ano po uli ang maasahan natin by October 30?
Kung makukumpleto po natin, yung pong binigay po lahat sa atin na cases na 493. So lahat po yon by October 30, sana po ay matapos po natin. Bibigyan po namin kayo ng updates, representative ninyo, para po sa data ng task force pagtugis.
So meron pong 493
cases po.
493 cases. No, at tinatarget po na by October 30 ay matapos at mag-report ng resulta nito sa publiko. Ganun po ba?
Tama po.
At makaaasa po ba tayo na merong mapapangalanan at makakasuhan sa mga iniimbestigahan
Basta po meron po tayong basihan na sila'y ating kakasuhan.
Opo. Napakahalaga po ng ganitong investigasyon, no? Dahil sa kasalukuyan, bagaman, of course, ang pinakaumako, si dating Pangulong Duterte, alam nating lahat ay nasa ICC ngayon at naghihintay na ng kanyang paglilitis, ay hindi lang naman po ang pinakaulo ang responsable para sa sistematikong pagpatay ng libo-libong mga kababayan natin sa ngalan ng peking drug war. No? At sa totoo lang, wala pa actually gumagawa nung ganitong mahalagang trabaho ng pagtukoy ng mga pangunahing tagapagpatupad mula sa pinakamataas, no, sa highest levels, for example, ng PNP hanggang sa baba, no, doon sa pinaka-lowest level, sa level ng police station, at yung mga aktual na miyembro ng PNP na maaaring naging involved directly sa mga illegal na pagpatay na ito, no? Kaya napakahalaga po ng trabaho na ginagawa at sinimulan ng Commission on Human Rights. Tandaan po natin ng libo-libo ang namatay at maaring yung mga pumatay ay nasa serbisyo pa. No? Kaya yan po ang napakalinaw na halimbawa ng tinatawag nating impunity. No? Kaya mahalagang hakbang ito para mabasag ang ganong kawalan ng pagpapanagot, no, sa mga may malubhang paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Kaya maganda po na merong binuong ganyang task force ang Commission on Human Rights at abangan po natin ang October 30. Hopefully ay magtuloy-tuloy pa ito. Meron po bang pagkatapos ng October 30, ano na po ang plano? Sasara na po yung task force? Paano ba yan?
Depende po yun, Representative Dino, kung ano pong magiging findings po sa mga cases na ito.
Okay, so maaring magtuloy pa kung may sapat na batayan ang mga kaso.
Tama po, itutuloy po natin
Okay.
yan.
Alright. Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw na yon. Ngayon, ang pangalawang tanong po ay tungkol po sa... Dali lang po. Okay. Pangalawang tanong po natin ay tungkol sa Freedom Memorial Museum. No, ito po yung tinakda ng batas, Republic Act 10368. The Human Rights Victims Reparation and Recognition Act of 2013. Isa po, kasama po sa minamandato doon ay ang pagtatayo ng isang memorial, no, para sa mga biktima ng human rights violations, no? So, ang status po nito sa pagkakaalam ko, as of last year, 2013 pa po yung batas, pero hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin itatayo ang museum na ito. Ang alam kong status nito ay meron na pong usapan na naganap sa pagitan ng specifically ng sa pagitan ng UP po at saka ng ng CHR mismo, no? So, paari po bang makakuha ng updates sa status nito?
Until now po, Mr. Chair, hindi pa po binibigay ng UP ang lupa upang magkaroon po tayo o pasimulan ang pagtatayo po ng museum.
Hindi pa binibigay ng UP.
Opo.
No? So, meron na pong lupa na natukoy. Tama po ba?
May natukoy na po tayong lupa.
Opo. Gaano kalaki po yung lupa?
1.4 hectares po.
1.4 hectares sa UP Diliman campus po ito.
Yes po.
Kala natin magkakaroon na ng turnover. Yun po ang napabalita na as of last year pa dapat, di ba? May turnover na. Ano po nangyari doon?
Pinag-uusapan po yun, Representative Tino, pero until now po, wala pa pong naibigay o na-turnover ang UP sa CHR.
Wala po bang target date para sa turnover?
September po dapat, pero hindi pa rin po siya natuloy.
So hindi pa rin ito natuloy. At ano po ang dahilan ng hindi pagkatuloy nito?
Hindi pa po inaalis ang mga UP structures doon po sa lupang napagkasunduan.
Okay. So ang sinasabi po ninyo ay ang bara ay ang UP mismo. Ganun
Yes
po ba?
po.
Okay. Well, tamang-tama po. Bukas, sa pagkakalam ko, ay didinigin naman ang budget ng mga state universities and colleges. So kung tama po ang sinasabi nyo, pwede rin pong i-take up ang usaping ito sa pamunuan ng UP. No? Basta ang interest po natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay finally maitayo na ang museum na ito para sa paggunita sa mga biktima ng human rights violations. Matagal na po itong tinakda ng batas. Pero hanggang ngayon, more than 10 years, ay hindi pa rin isa sa katuparan. So, maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw na yon. Hanggang doon na lang po ang pagtatanong natin, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Laila M. De Lima, ML Party List.
The Honorable De Lima is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, and to the CHR. I'm actually not asking questions. I just rise to manifest my unequivocal support for the proposed budget of the Commission on Human Rights for fiscal year 2026. The CHR, as an independent constitutional body, serves as our nation's conscience, ensuring that the primacy of human rights is protected and upheld even in the face of the most difficult challenges. And I notice that there has been additional items granted to the CHR from the Bar C level, a total of 85,859,000. The original budget under NEP 2026 was 1.244 billion. Total budget after Bar C was 1.330 billion because of the additional from Bar C, 85,859 million. So I'm just here to also manifest that CHR has historically been underfunded, and we see that until now, 2025, notwithstanding additional mandates given to them. It's not just the enumerated mandates, powers, and functions under the 1987 Constitution, but other roles and functions as vested by various laws. So we've been pushing for a CHR law, a CHR charter. It's long overdue. So in the meantime that we don't have the CHR charter, the least that we can do for the CHR is to augment and support its budgetary budgetary requirements. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Madam
Representative
Sponsor.
Leila.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Sarah Jane I. Elago of Gabriela Women's Party.
The Honorable Elago is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. First, I'd like to ask an update about the findings and recommendations from the CHR on the public inquiry the Commission conducted on the cases of red tagging in the Philippines.
Sa report writing stage na po yung red tagging and we will be releasing it po. The Commission will release it this year din po.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, when can we expect the findings and recommendations from CHR? This is a very important, Mr. Speaker, because I believe if I recall correctly, the public inquiry has concluded its consultations and conduct of public hearings in March this year. So it's been months already since the CHR concluded this inquiry. And since then, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, in Gabriela Women's Party, we have documented 4 cases of red tagging among the ranks of women human rights defenders and women activists. And a few of them are members of and leaders of Gabriela Women's Party. One is Emilia Ventula, part of our Cagayan chapter of the Amihan National Federation of Peasant Women, which is an organization which fights for peasant women's rights and genuine agrarian reform. There's the case of Jackie Ratin. Iba't ibang tipo din ng harassment at intimidation yung kanyang nararanasan, binibisita sa bahay. Bukod pa po yung mismong red tagging sa kanya. Nandyan din si Miriam Villanueva na laman ng iba't ibang tipo ng mga posters na pinapakalat ang kanyang muka sa mga posters hindi lang po sa kanyang probinsya ng Cavite, kundi natagpuan din yung mga materyales na ito, red tagging her in many provinces in Region 4. And the most recent one po, si Teresita de Jesus, na nitong August 2025 lang, member po siya ng Gabriela Women's Party Marikina, na binisita po sa kanilang bahay mismo, nagpapakilalang DSWD employees, nag-offer ng ayuda in exchange for renouncing her membership with Gabriela Women's Party after signing a document. So, all of these cases, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nagsisimula sa red tagging and then really translates to physical harm or threats to their exercise of their freedom to voice out their issues and concerns, their demands in their communities. Kaya ganun po ka-urgent at necessary na malaman na po natin kung ano ba yung resulta, ano ba yung mga recommendations, lalo na sa kapulungan na ito. Pagdating doon sa mga kaso ng red tagging na sinabi na ng Korte Suprema na malinaw na banta sa buhay, sa kalayaan, sa seguridad ng ating mga human rights defenders at lahat ng nagpapahayag ng kanyang mga sentimiento tungkol sa iba't ibang issue ng bayan. So again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, when can we expect the findings and recommendations from the public inquiry of CHR?
Before po matapos tong taong na to, the CHR will release the red tagging. Sana rin po makatulong rin po sa solusyon na ito. Kaya meron pong mga recommendations po na ginawa po ang komisyon. At sa parte po ng legislation, will enact a law that explicitly prohibits and penalizes red tagging, pass protective legislation for human rights defenders, and ensure actions are based only on credible, transparent, independently verifiable evidence of direct involvement in armed violence, strengthen accountability mechanism for state and non-state actors involved, and also dismantle reform mechanism that enable red tagging, particularly within national security and counterinsurgency structures. We also they recommend also recalibrate national security policies to safeguard democracy without undermining fundamental rights. And of course, sa cross-sectoral engagement po, we encourage the academe, civil society, and media to counter stigmatization and misinformation. We also promote awareness campaigns to restore civic space and defend democratic freedoms. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, sa lahat po ng mga binanggit nyo ng mga rekomendasyon, ilan ho dyan yung pasok na may pondo at magagawa na natin para sa susunod na taon?
Wala pa po ito. Irerekomenda pa po ito ng komisyon after po ng report.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, part of CHR's thrust for next year and priorities as well is the Human Rights Protection Program. And also, under that program, to implement guidelines on national protection mechanisms for the safety and security of human rights defenders and other individuals at risk. So, from the Commission proposed budget, vis-a-vis the DBM proposed, ano po yung difference nito sa ngayon?
Original proposal po natin dyan, for fiscal year 2026 po, the Commission on Human Rights proposed a total budget amounting to 2,190,000,000. This proposal consists of 3 parts covering the agency's personal services, maintenance, and other operating expenses, as well as the capital outlay requirement to support its programs and operation nationwide, amounting to 1,280,000,000, and includes a Tier 2 budget proposal consisting of 40 new and expanding programs amounting to 909 million. Pero dun po sa ating BARC, nadagdagan po tayo ng 85 million. Sa ating pong DBM approved na 1,280,000,000 po.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nais lang din iparating ng representasyon na ito ang ating buong suporta doon sa mga BARC proposed amendments para sa dagdag na 85 million pesos para sa Human Rights Protection Office at sa mga Human Rights Defenders Protection Programs. At sa katotohanan, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, kulang na kulang pa ito doon sa kinakailangan para mapalakas hindi lang yung serbisyong legal, pero yung mga counseling, psychosocial support, yung iba pang mga pangangailangan para sa pagtitiyak ng kaligtasan at pagpapatuloy na rin ng trabaho na mahalaga ng mga human rights defenders na ito na katuwang ng CHR, ay dapat po maghanap pa tayo ng mga pamamaraan para taasan ang budget ng Commission on Human Rights. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, may I ask for a copy of the other institutional amendments from CHR in relation not only to human rights defenders protection, but also the budget, institutional amendments from the CHR Gender Equality and Women's Human Rights Center, if there are any.
Yes, we'll provide the data po. Padalhan po namin kayo, Representative.
All right. And Madam, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nais lang din po balitaan ng representasyon na ito. Naris na kanina yung tungkol sa tingin namin na naging excessive use of force dun sa September 21 na mass arrest. At ang pinakahuling update na nakuha po natin mula dun sa mga child rights advocates and lawyers na volunteers doon mismo sa mga estasyon kung nasa kustodiya itong mga batang ito. Hanggang ngayon ho ay nandun pa rin sila. At marami dito ay hindi pa na-access ang kanilang mga pamilya at yung nararapat na tulong legal para sa kanila. Kaya nananawagan tayo, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, nagbigay na kanina ng commitment. Yung commitment na po sana na yan ay mag-translate into action ngayon na.
Yes,
at wag na po natin napatagalin pa hanggang bukas na makalaya na yung mga children at risk at yung mga bata ho na nakasama doon sa mga malakihan na mga pag-aresto. At aasahan din natin, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, yung report ng CHR, hindi lang tungkol sa public inquiry, kundi yung tungkol din dito sa September 21 na mass arrest. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Jokno of Akbayan Party List.
The Honorable Jokno is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a short manifestation and one or two questions, Madam Sponsor. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Commission on Human Rights for being one of the top agencies in terms of fiscal management, for your very good budget utilization rate, and for maintaining your status A. I am in full agreement that we have to augment the budget. I know that malaki po yung nawala sa inyo based on your original proposed budget. And as far as the line items are concerned that were not included or are not included in the present budget, which include the expansion of your financial assistance program for human rights defenders, lakbay karapatan tungo sa kamalayan, expansion of support services, and 7 other line items, I do support the increase or na maibalik po natin yan. But I would want to justify, for example, the confidential funds. How can we ensure, and the public and the members of the House, that this will be used with transparency and accountability, and that there will be no abuses in the use of these funds?
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Representative Jokno, CHR has only 1 million. Confidential fund lang po.
You want to augment that, I understand, to 4 million? Is that right?
Actually po, 4 million po yung proposal po natin. At ang komisyon po bilang National Human Rights Institution ay sinisiguradong ang mga programa at serbisyo na maibigay sa Pilipino sa loob at sa labas ng bansa ay sa pinakamabilis at angkop na pamamaraan. So kaya kailangan po natin, kung madadagdagan po ang pondo, mas maganda po sana para po natin masakop ang mga high-profile cases, kasama din po ang pagpapaigting ng mandato bilang NHRI at sa patuloy na pakikipagtulungan at pakikilahok sa mga iba't ibang international human rights bodies.
Alam ko po na maliit ang 4 na milyon kumpara sa ibang mga ahensya na napakalaki ang kanilang mga confidential funds. Pero ganun pa man, paano po natin matitiyak na itong confidential funds ay hindi maabuso at magiging transparent ang paggamit ng CHR nito?
Actually po, yan po ay fully liquidated po yan. So may mga kasamang resibo rin po yan na sinasubmit po natin sa Commission on Audit.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that. One other point, Madam Sponsor. I understand that in previous budgets, and I believe in this budget cycle as well, hindi po naisama ang mga alokasyon para sa mga special human rights laws that the Congress has given or mandated should be in the hands of the CHR. Kasama na doon yung anti-enforced disappearance law, yung anti-torture law, among I think there are 14 or 15 other laws. Maari po ba namin maihingi sa inyo kung ano yung mga kailangan ninyo para mapatupad natin yung mga batas na yun? Because as a human rights defender, before I joined the House, I believe it is a very important part of the role of the CHR to implement those special laws. I-submit na lang po so that we can justify it at the proper time. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. One last point, again, just a request, so to save time, if we could provide also this representation with the amounts needed for a complete documentation and investigation of your cases involving the EJ case sa war on drugs. Because
Yes
again,
po. Yes po.
many families of victims are really aching for justice.
Noted po, Representative Jokno. We will provide po the necessary documents na kailangan nyo po with regards po dun sa mga additional unfunded special laws po.
Thank you so much, CHR family, Madam Sponsor, and Mr. Speaker. I have no more questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, we move to terminate the interpellation of the budget of the Commission on Human Rights for fiscal year 2026.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the CHR.
There's a joint motion to terminate the budget of the Department of the Commission on Human Rights. Is there any objection? Chair hears none.
Mr. Speaker and to our colleagues, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you,
Motion to
Madam
suspend.
Sponsor.
Pakisama na rin po, Mr. Speaker, ang ating Human Rights Violation Victim Memorial Commission po.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. May I continue? The proposed budget of the Commission on Human Rights is
Mr.
now
Speaker, pakisama po na maaprubahan po natin ang Human Rights Violation Victims Memorial Commission.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is all included in the motion, Your Honor, that is the budget of the Memorial Commission.
Any objection? Okay na, Madam Sponsor? Okay. Said budget is now terminated. Hindi pa ako tapusin. Session suspended. Itong mga majority leader, umalis na. Grabe si Jay Kong, parang si Jay,